Hello and welcome to round one, season 11 AOSC Super Series. Great to have you back on board, whether you're tuning in live through Facebook or on the YouTube channel tonight. We're hoping for a fantastic season. Joining me in the commentary box tonight as we wait for one of our regulars to come on board, Nori Norris. Nick Hauser doing double duties tonight. He's on the Director's Lounge and in the booth. Nick, great to have you in for your help tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Here for a short time, not a long time. Obviously, once Norrie realises that I'm warming his seat up, he'll hustle in here pretty quick. But yeah, new season. And, the question remains, as it did at the beginning of last season, can James Scott be beaten? He's doing pretty well so far, sitting on top of the qualifying tree, but less than 1/10 behind him is Corey Shepherd. He seems to be the main man who is able to take the challenge up, and we'll hope that he can this season and go that one step further. He had a couple of race wins last season, including the final race at Bathurst with Borgie, and hopefully he can keep building on that, show a bit more pace, and really take it to James this season.
Absolutely, and I mean, for those who saw us out last season, we saw James Scott crowned two times defending series, or two times back-to-back champion. He's going on for the third straight run at the championship tonight, and as you say there before, Nick, Corey Shepherd, the man who finished runner-up more times than anyone could count on a couple of hands. Again, not that far out of contention as well. The other one to keep an eye on at the end, finishing third last time, Andrew Dyson. I mean, if he's teamed up again, we expect with Adam Briggs, they're looking pretty comfortable already in fourth position. So it's going to be a good show for all those guys coming through. And as we watch qualifying unwind, we'll quickly have a big shout out to all the series sponsors who have come on for season 11. Jinx Shifters are back again as naming rights sponsor, this time also joined by RaceKraft Simulations. Great to have both of those two Australian companies on board supporting the championship. Returning again also, simrigs.com, AJ Insurance, Race Circuit Art Australia, Acutus Solutions and Rigging, and as always, Track Cams for Gourmets, again providing some fantastic cameras from what we saw last season, expecting some great things going forward for this one. So with the housekeeping now out of the way, Nick, we get to tune in. We've got a little bit of time left on the qualifying for this one, which is, as you say, James Scott still comfortably out in front, a 10th of a second gap over Corey Shepherd. Jordan Ross looking very, very comfortable there in that third position back for Sinji Sim Racing, and Adam Briggs, as we have a look at Briggsy working his way around the lap here, looking pretty comfortable. This is an outlap for him. Let's see what he can do, but he's already dropped a 1:55.28, which at the moment 7/10 shy of where he needs to be if he wants to claim pole.
Yeah, and just while we were thanking our sponsors there, James did go just a little bit quicker to set another challenge out for Corey there to try and beat. Jordan Ross, I mean, last year, probably a season he'd prefer to forget, I think. Showed glimpse of his old pace and had some really good races, but he had a lot of bad luck during the season as well. So he'll be wanting to put that behind him and get this season off to a strong start here tonight. Another driver to look out for is Tom Freer, currently sitting in P5. He's also shown some great pace over the last season and a half, and another potential one that can take that step up into the podium on a regular basis.
Absolutely, and I guess we saw at the end of last season for the 650k at Bathurst, Tom Freer teamed up with Nori Norris, and I think did the majority or the lion's share of the driving in that one and really brought it home. So while Nori's not here, we'll get those quick little jabs in at him, but Tom back on board with regular teammates, and he's looking very, very comfortable in that car at the moment. Kyle Stokes just setting himself up here for another charge as he works his way up through off the Schumacher chicane there, and we'll see him continue to set another good lap. But everyone else pretty well out on circuit, trying to see what they're able to do. A few guys further down the field, we've got a decent spread from the current pace out the front, pole position. If we look down timing scoring, down into 20th position, 2.3 seconds. So we're expecting as the race unfolds, it's middle 650Ks, it's going to take a while for this one to really cycle through. But the racing should be pretty interesting. There's going to be some really good pockets of cars working their way around.
Yeah, it will be. And back on Tom Freer, I think the most important lesson he could have probably learnt last season was don't listen to Norrie. If he's learnt that lesson, then he's probably set himself up for a decent tilt at the championship this season.
Absolutely. Have a look here. Kyle Stokes going to come across the line. This will be to get a lap underway for him here. So as he comes across the line, we'll see what he's able to do. James Scott has just lowered that track, the lap time just a little bit further. So 1:54.53, which is a pretty quick pace around this circuit as we watch the guys work their way now through that new stadium section. Came in about 5 years ago, I believe, if memory serves correct, here at the Nurburgring, and it really has changed the way that you need to roll these cars through. It's very tricky through this section here, trying to get the car rotated and then a quick change of direction, as we all know with the supercar. Not an easy thing to do, as Stokes just lights up the rears on exit.
Yeah, looking for his time here. We'll hopefully see something come up on the screen very shortly to see how he's tracking. His first sector, well, James Scott's actually just set a faster purple in the first sector then on his lap at the moment. So let's go and have a quick look, see what James is out there doing. He's gone purple in sector 1, so he's looking to lower that margin again.
And this is already an ominous sign, I guess, for everyone. You see, I think James was very dominant for what we saw last time out. Did have a couple of little little mistakes along the way, and most notably, they came through the 650s there, Nick, which hopefully he'll be able to put those aside and come up with a really strong win to start it off.
Yeah, it's something that we haven't seen from him. He's generally been very good and mistake-free throughout his championships, and it's actually 3. He's actually going for 4 this season, Dan. And yeah, we did see a few mistakes slip into his racing in the final round at Bathurst, but yeah, I'm sure he's a perfectionist. He would have gone back and had a look at it, seen what he did wrong, and I'm not expecting too many similar mistakes to that during this season.
No, not at all. I think probably for me, the most notable one that stands out is that little bobble that we saw at Watkins Glen, where made a bit of a meal of it coming down into the chicane there and was able to get the car handed over, and they called themselves nicely back into contention. This is see what he's able to do as he comes across the line here now. He's
not lowered it just another 300ths of a second.
Yes, it lowers that margin just marginally there, so 1:54.51, so it's one bit over a tenth there back to Corey Shepherd, still trying to work his way around the lap. Not going to see a time, I don't think, at this point, as he continues to press on. But the next time by will be the big one that's really going to come into contention for him.
And that's probably it for James, unless he gets out on track again in the next few seconds. He's not going to. Sam Blacklock's jumped in the car, so he might just be going out for a lap just to see what the car feels like, rather than looking at setting a blistering lap time.
And I mean, that's probably not a bad thing to do at this late phase of the race. Obviously, a lot of cars going out there. The track will be very gripped up as we watch Corey still swinging that car around. So this will be a good chance just to get into the mindset of how it's going to run. So Corey takes the wide line. He's setting up for the final charge at taking the top honours there. As we see the track conditions on the right of screen, 37 degrees, which is not too bad, all things considered, for these guys. It will be a little bit skatey out there, but we've seen many worse conditions for them, some plus 40, so they'll be enjoying this out here. The run into turn 1 looks very nice from him. He gets it stopped down on the apex beautifully, and a nice bit of drive on the exit there.
Yeah, and that track temp, that'll come down. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon in sim time, so as the race progresses, the track will cool down, so the pace will get hotter and hotter as the race goes on, and the temperature gets cooler and more rubber gets laid down on the track. So we'll hopefully be in for another exciting finish once those track temps do drop down and the drivers can find a lot of grip.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that'll be a really interesting thing to see how the teams decide they want to play that tyre strategy at the back end of the race. As we watch Corey coming around here at the moment, he'll be not too far off getting that sector time in the books there. It's not too bad, 35.9, so he's on pace at the moment with everyone around him. Good exit down through the hairpin there, uses that little bit of curb there, so it's 2 yellows as he continues to work his way up through the chicane. I must say the ride control as he monsters the curbs there, looks very, very nice in that car, and that's going to be a nice bit of driver confidence there as you can throw it up over the top there. How's the brakes here? Not too bad as he tips it in there. A little bit of curb on entry, a little bit of a minor slide there, which I don't think is going to hurt him too much. If anything, might be set him up nicely for this second part of the run down the hill and up towards the big chicane.
Yeah, it's a very smooth looking lap so far. He's not setting his green times, but it's still going to be a very impressive time as he runs it right out to the limit of the track there under brakes. Another millimetre and he would have had 2 wheels on the grass. Another big slide and he's abandoned the lap coming into the pits. Obviously, he knew how much he was down, but he's come into the pit lane to finish his qualifying. So Brenton Hobson now P5. He's only setting yellow sectors as well. So the time's run down now. We're finished the qualifying session, so everyone's just on their last lap now. So we'll see what Brenton Hobson can do as he crosses the line. I would say he's going to be staying where he is. Adam Simpson's the one who's actually looking at making a move, setting a couple of green sectors. He's down in P31 at the moment. Jamie McKnight's just set a green there as well. Brenton Hobson stays P5. Let's see what Adam Simpson does here. His first 2 sectors were quick, but then he's lost it in the next 2. We'll see how his final sector comes around. He's in P31 as he comes across the line now and moves up to P30. Jamie Dyke there, who's had a pretty impressive pretty impressive season last year, to be honest with you. Very consistent performances and improved a lot over the season before as well. So he'll be looking to take that step up into a regular top 10 finisher this year, I'm guessing.
Absolutely. I think we saw a really good coming of age for Fisher Motorsports last season. They're consistently up and around that top 10 position, as you see
Blake Delaney
now get across in 15th position. But another one of those Fisher cars that's up there, able to challenge quite nicely as well. As we watch the exit here, it's a little bit of a wiggle for Jamie there, so that might just marginally hurt this one. We'll see as he gets across the line. He's chasing that 154.5. As he comes across, it is a 156.24. So no improvement there.
Just 1900ths off his best time. So we'll just wait for the grid to come up now, just to formalise everything as qualifying clock just slowly runs itself down.
Yeah, so let's wait for that to go. Nick, what are your thoughts going into turn 1? It's going to be a really big one for these guys to get right. It's a downhill run, tight right-hand corner. How do we think we're expecting the guys to navigate their way through there?
Well, it's messy in Formula One, so I'd hate to think what it's going to be like tonight with these guys behind the wheel. I mean, they're all fantastic drivers that are here, but it's the nature of that turn. There's that little kink in the corner before it. There's multiple lines that you can take through turn 1, and then it's all just going to come to funnel together on the exit there, I think, isn't it? So it's going to be a very difficult one to see how they go. But here you go, Dan. I'll let you run through the grid.
Yeah, as you see, the guys take to the grid for the first time. It'll be Sam Blacklock and the Logitech G Altus Commodore up on pole position. Corey Shepherd for Premier Racing alongside out of second. Kyle Stokes and Adam Briggs will bring up the second row with Brenton Hobson and Christian Smart, the Synergy guys, locking out third. Todd Hayne and Ken Latta in the fourth row with Rick Kuznetsov and Craig Anspach rounding out the fifth row. Brad Ratu, nice run for him there in 11th with Luke Rosella in 12th position. As we continue working our way down, Jamie Dyke there for Fishing Motorsports will be alongside Ben Christensen. Blake Delaney and Wade Sheedy in the 8th row. Matthew Brunt alongside Thomas Hinz there in the 9th row. Jamie McKnight alongside Brenton Nishke. Jamie Stovald and Justin Clayton in the 11th row. Roderick Hollis and Todd Parks there down in the 12th row in 24th position. Greg Sharp alongside Henry King, 25th, 26th. Jeremy Maxwell along with Alec Zani in 28th. Brian Cooper and Michael Schroeder down in the 15th row. Adam Simpson and Scott Griffith in the 16th. Tony Gaffer and Sebastian Flock in the final row with row 17. And in the safety car tonight, Anthony Hughes. So as Nick was... Yep, and as we get the grid starting to form up here, it's going to be a wild start for everyone coming into it. You see the Logitech G Altus car yet to make the run up onto the line, so they're just waiting to save as much life in it as possible. And as the lights come up, the revs rise, the guys get ready to kick off round 1 here tonight at Nurburgring for the 650k AOSC. And it is a great jump there from Sam Blacklock. Gets a fantastic hole shot, gets a nice jump, Bretton Hobson with a fantastic job. Corey Shepherd going nowhere off the line. Actually, it's Brian Borg in that car, not really getting there, and it's 2 and 3 wide as the guys funnel their way down into turn 1 there. So far, so good. No contact as everyone works their way through. Great stuff, all involved. We've still got some 3 wide action as the guys cycle their way through. That's one of the Coda Sim Sports entries there, going 3 wide on the inside. But out front, Sam Blacklock leads Brian Borg. Andrew Dyson up into 3rd position. A great start for him. Kyle Stokes went back a spot into 4th position. Bretton Hobson has held 5th, and Stokes is already looking for a move there. He's going to force Dyson very well defensive down as they continue in towards the chicane there. We've still got some good battling further down the field, and already some big movers coming through. Thomas Hinds up 4 spots from where he started early on with Wade Sheedy. So those guys had a very good jump at the getaway there. Greg Sharp making 4 spots up further down in the field. A couple of guys dropping a little further down, but everyone else settling in quite nicely. And so far, no spinners as they work their way through the hairpin for the first of 126 times here tonight. And we see the Fishy Motorsports guys in the background just having a little bit of a team exchange there as they cycle their way through. But this is a good start from all involved. The gap out front, 9/10 of a second in favour of Sam Blacklock. Brian Borg's got a little bit of a breathing room there, 3/10 of a second over Andrew Dyson, who's got mirrors full of Kyle Stokes as they work their way down towards the chicane for the first time tonight. We'll see whether there's a chance possibly for a move to be done, but don't think so at this point as the guys continue to just settle into the rhythm at this early phase. No doubt all those team owners and the co-drivers really just helping spot these guys around Hobson, though. Looks very racy on his teammate there in 5th position. And surely there's not going to be too much hassle going on, but it's 3 Synergy cars already stacking up 4th, 5th and 6th position. As we turn our attention a little further back, everyone making a nice run through as they come onto the front straight there. And that's probably one of the better starts we've seen through AOSC for quite a while. No incidents, everyone getting on with business quite nicely. Just giving word, there was one rotation. We missed it. It was Alex Zenny in the 13th, or number 13 car. We have a look at this one. It's down through the stadium section, a bit of 2 wide. I think that might be Jaden Borg down the inside. He's just clipped the rear quarter there, so it looks like actually Tony Gaffer, apologies, involved in that one. So we may see that car down the lane later on for a drive-through penalty as a result of it. As we watch the battle up front, Borgie has dropped the spot. He's now got Andrew Dyson's managed to get through nicely there. He moves himself now up into 2nd position. Kyle Stokes all over the back there of Brian Borg as they head down into the hairpin, and a bit of a single file run here for these guys through there. Nice exit or, and we're going to have a look here at this move just to see how it unfolded. Down into turn 1 there, Dyson with a really nice run. Just moves it across on Borgie. Borg just holds the car higher and wide, lets him through, but doesn't make it easy as they come through the exit there. A little bit of hip and shoulder, and for Dyson now, it's a great move as he gets that car through. Borgie, though, just finding himself still under pressure, so probably just waiting for those tyres to come into play here, but he's got Kyle Stokes having a sniff down the inside. A little bit of a nudge as they work through the quick kink there up into the chicane. And Borg's able just to go that little bit defensive there. Uses all the curb to slingshot the car through, and a little bit of curb there, but Stokes down the inside. Oh, nearly caught the back end. We'll have to see if we can get another look at that, because Stokes made a big lunge there to try and get down, and Borg just shut the door on him as they came into that final corner. So as we quickly jump back to the replay, you can see Stoke gets the wheel up on the curb there, which nearly sent him around. So great avoidance there, not to get into the back of Brian Borg. But I guarantee you the pucker factor in the 017 tonight would be pretty high after that little exchange. But Stokes there drops down into 10th position, trying to now get his way back through, and he's going to send one up down the inside there at Todd Haynes. So early on for these guys, a little bit of work for them to do, but they'll play themselves nicely back into contention as this race really starts to heat up. As you see the guys at front, gap already starting to swing in favour of the Altus Esports car. 1.9 seconds clear now of Andrew Dyson, who's got himself a second over Brian Borg there in 3rd position, and another 4/10 of a second and a bit back to Christian Smart in the 2nd placing there of the Synergy Sim Racing cars as they work their way through. But Christian Smart's going to have to be careful. He's got Brad Ratsu for the EXG Motorsports guys all over the back of him. And Rick Kuznetsov, who was a great standout towards the back end of the championship, brings himself up into contention as well in 7th position there. And this is a great little 3-car scrap as they head up in towards the braking zone here. All three of these guys very, very equally matched there. Ratu, a little bit of an excitement as he gets on the curb there, trying to run the power down, but might be in for a move here. We see Borg just a little further ahead. He's got Bretton Hobson starting to slowly close in after the little exchange a lap ago from Christian Smart there, but we'll keep an eye on this 3-way fight there. They've brought themselves right into contention. It's going to be a 6-car train here as the guys continue on the fight, and keep an eye on that one. Further back, Linsell, Stokes and Haynes all getting their little scrap together as Kyle Stokes just trying to work his way back up, and you can see the 6 cars in front 2 by 2 as they work their way down into the chicane there. And for Dyson, he'll be loving this. This might give him the little bit of a break that he needs. But Brian Borg has got the mirrors full once again there with Bretton Hobson, and right behind Christian Smart still with Brad Ratu trying to look for a move. Rick Kuznetsov, probably the man in the best spot here at the moment. If there's any issue ahead, he's going to grab a fistful of positions as they continue to work their way through. And then just behind there, you've got Stokes, Linsell and Hayne. As you see Ratu think about the move, not quite close enough to get that done as he just floats the car in. He's got to be committed if he wants to make this one work. Keep watching this fight down here into the chicane. These three very, very equally matched. The tyres have come up nicely now for all these guys with 4 laps into it. We'll quickly go down the top 10 and the biggest movers so far. Out front, Sam Blacklock, as we said before, with a nice little advantage over Andrew Dyson, up 2 spots into 2nd position. Brian Borg dropped a spot, and catch up with that as we keep having a look here. A little further back, Jack Anderson, Legacy Sim Racing, new to the series this season. Great to have them on board. Didn't quite get the start they wanted. They've lost 9 spots early on, but still early days for these guys to continue to work their way through. And the man who got probably one of, or the biggest number of passing counts last season, Mr. Michael Taliancic, back on board the 777 there, looking at the back of Tony Gaffer, the number 9 Coda Sim Sports entry. Both of these drivers up 5 spots from where they started on. We know potentially the number 9 will have a drive-through penalty for the earlier contact with Alex Zenny. So may have redressed, but we'll wait to see what Race Control have to say on that one as how it plays out. But there's a car off the outside there. That's Brian Cooper, the Tanked SRT entry, just running a little bit wide, drops off the side there. So we'll have a look at how this one unfolded for him. It's up into that chicane there, very, very late on the brakes. He did well to keep it off the back of that car in front there. Unfortunately, he did sacrifice himself, though. Loses a couple of positions as that one cycles through. We've got Ben Christensen turned around, down off turn 1 there, and I think he's found his way into the wall. We did hear a call for Race Control to have a look. This is the move down the inside into the hairpin. It's 3 wide on entry. It's a tough one there. He looks like he's running out of a little bit of room there, but for Wade Sheeting, probably not a lot he could have done. He's very grip limited there on the outside, so we'll wait to see how that one unfolds. But for Christensen, that has dropped him well down into 30th position as a result of that one, and he's now got Brian Cooper right in behind as well. So for Cooper, he's moving back in nicely here as the race continues on, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Scott Griffith, a little further back in the Synergy Sim Racing car, and that's an interesting one. He's locked the brakes up. Looks like the rears have gone around on him there, and very fortunate for Brian Cooper not to get involved in that one as he came through. So could have been as many corners and as many incidents for these guys, but keep an eye on that. Wade Sheedy, though, further up the field, he's got mirrors full with Greg Sharp in front. Todd Parks for Synergy Sim Racing coming back into position. And these guys are not leaving much on the table as they work their way up towards the chicane here. Look for Todd to think about sticking the nose through, but it's going to be a tough one to try and put one down there on Greg Sharp into the final corner. So use all the curb to get one through here. Further back up the front, though, the battling's still going on. Brian Borg has finally succumbed to the charge from Brenton Hobson down into turn one. We're going to continue looking at this one just to see how it's unfolded, but Hobson trying to go the long way around. And this is great side-by-side racing for both of these two here. They've been up alongside each other in multiple different series, and Hobson now just sneaks the Sim Racing car up into third position. So that's a great move for him there. But Brian Borg not going to make it easy as he sticks the nose in just slightly, and it's marginal. So whether there was contact there on the rear quarter, this is a great scrap between these guys. Borg's got to be careful as well because Christian Smart there sniffing at the back there. He'll be looking for an option to come through, much like his teammate did there. So let's keep an eye on how this one unfolds. But this is a great little scrap here down in towards the hairpin. So just going to have a look a little further back. Luke Rosella up on screen at the moment. The number 30 there. I'm going to see what's happened here to him. So he had a little bit of a wide run down through turn one and then gets a tap in the rear there. And that was from, I think it was a tap, bit of a hit maybe. It might have been, trying to see who was involved in that one. I missed the car number involved, but that's dropped Luke Rosella down a little bit now, down into 22nd position. So it's going to be a bit of work for him to do to come back up through the field. But we'll keep an eager eye on those guys as they continue to work their way through. Back up front, however, this fight for third position has not settled down at all. Dyson's been able to skip away a little bit up there in second position. You just see him in the bottom of frame now. But the battle for third all the way back through to 8th position with Kyle Stokes. There's absolutely nothing separating these guys. On average, we're about half a second between all of these cars down into the hairpin. Borg very good under brakes there as he really starts to close that gap back up onto Brenton Hobson there. And both these cars looking very, very good. The traction at this early phase of the race is seemingly suiting both of them, but Brian just has that little bit more under brakes as he makes that small little lock up there, which is weird to see on the loaded tyre as they turned in just to snatch that one. So maybe a little bit of a play on the brake bias as they continue this fight on. Christian Smart has dropped off just marginally at this phase of the exchange there, right in behind Brad Ratu, still not letting go of these guys. Rick Kuznetsov has not dropped away either. He's just hovering a couple of tenths of a second back, just keeping an eye on this. And as we go back further in the field, Ben Christensen, after the spin that we saw for him there, with Wade Sheedy now getting back into it, and similarly, he's just put a nose up the inside there of Roderick Hollis, and a bit of a half rotation. Hollis does get away, but he's dropped a couple of spots in that exchange. We'll see whether that one comes through. There's been no call to race control as yet, so hopefully that one will continue on. There was that little bit of overlap between the two, but for Hollis, they're just not leaving enough room maybe down the inside there. As you go back up to the pointy end of the field, Sean Linsell, the 9th position, has dropped the spot early on there. He's got Todd Haynes now down a couple of spots from where he started, kicked off in 7th, down in the 10th position, but these guys are scrapping over 9th at the moment. It's a good little exchange for both of these two, and great to see the Taipan Esports guys getting up in contention here in the race so far. They've really come on nicely as the last season and into this one. So they continue working their way around. Going to knock over another lap here, and they're really not that far off the back of the train, just ahead of themselves there. As Craig Anspach now is going to get one down the inside there. Blake Delaney for 15th position, down through that final corner, which we're going to expect to see a lot of good moves done through there. If you can get the run off the chicane and up into one, you stand a very good chance of getting it through that final corner. But the run down into turn one is very tricky. You see Anspach there using all the road and then sub, nearly hit a door on the side of Delaney, but gets that car braked and turned in. But Delaney's not giving up on this one. He's going to think about sticking the nose in, and that could have almost ended badly for those guys if he'd stuck with that move. So great idea just to pull out of it and settle in for the battle. Just behind these guys, we might catch them just quickly in the camera. Greg Sharp, Matthew Brunt just coming back into this one also. So good drive for these guys as they work their way up through the field. And you're going to see a few more guys continuing to press their way up as this one goes on. It's a long way to get through though, 650 Ks, 126 laps for all of these guys. Pit stops to come through. We're expecting some really interesting strategies to come out here tonight as we continue to see the fighting with Alex Zenny, sorry, still pressing on there. as he looks to make the move there on Michael Schroeder, who jumping back into the cars this season, which is great to see for him. Right behind those guys, though, Michael Taliancic, so he's not that far off as well. Further up the field, Haynes down the inside here. Going to get the move on Stovall. A little bit of side to side there. Stovall gets up on two wheels. And Stephen Varga's got to be hoping that he doesn't get involved in this. We saw him involved in a few little incidents at the end of last season that not of his own doing at all, as he keeps his car in the fray. He's got a chance to pick up one, if not two spots, to head up into the chicane. It's a great view. We might ride on board here for a lap with Varga just to see how he navigates the United Sim Sports entry around the circuit. Final corner. We'll keep quiet, turn it up, and have a listen to the V8s go around Nurburgring. And that was a lap on board with Stephen Varga and the United Sim Sports Commodore there. That was a great look as they continued their lap around. We nearly saw some side-to-side contact there between Stovehold and Hinz just ahead up through this stadium section. It was really great to watch as these guys just giving enough room. They're back into it again. This is a very similarly matched spot for both of these cars here. We'll see whether Stovehold's able to keep it up the inside. And that's a nice run there for him. Might not have the traction though, but Varga's going to look at an opportunistic move here to see whether he can come through as a result of that little exchange there. And that's brought all three back into contention. Did notice too, as we were watching the lap around, Craig Anspach really started to close in the mirrors there of Stephen Varga. And we didn't see Blake Delaney, but he's now got himself in the mix as well. He's just picked up a spot over Anspach there. And then right behind, we've got Greg Sharp starting to close in for Coda Sim Sports. So these six cars very equally matched as they continue on. I can't help but think, but maybe this is a bit of a battle with Hinz and Stovold's just starting to slow down Varga and those guys and really condense that field. As we have a look back at the pointy end, Christian Smart's still ahead of Brad Ratu for fifth position at the moment. These guys have been nigh on inseparable since the start of this race. We're 10 laps into it. The flash of the lights there from Ratu as he tries to get the move done. I don't think it's going to put off the likes of Christian Smart, who's a very seasoned competitor in the AOSC now. He's been around for a very long time. And the guys at Synergy do a fantastic job in this sort of an engagement. So we'll look to see this battle press on. Right behind, though, Rick Kuznetsov has got to be careful, though. He's got Kyle Stokes starting to close back in. And for those who were there at the start, we saw Stokes have a little bit of an error up through that final corner there. Gets the car in a little bit of a nudge there on the back of Kuznetsov. He holds back just to reset and get back into position. So smart driving there. He knew that was going to end badly for those guys if the contact was made. He's going to set himself up for another one down the inside. It's a big lunge. And we've already seen a few guys defend that outside run through here. We'll see what Konetsov can do. Gets a nice run, just escorts him a little bit wide there. As you see, Stokes just make a little bit of spin. And who's that in front? Is that Christian Smart has had a big one. We've also got Brad Ratu involved in that. That's the big one for the night already. It's just underway. Both cars with some heavy damage on board. We'll duck back to a replay and see what unfolded. But it's back up in that stadium section again. Smart down the inside. He's still got plenty of room there. As you see, Ratu just gets it up on the dirt, sticks the nose on the inside, and that's a hard lick for both of those cars. Konetsov gets involved in that as well, coming through, an unfortunate bystander in that one. Kyle Stokes very fortunate not to be involved in that either. We're not seeing either car stationary on the circuit yet, so try and limp these cars home. But for Brad Ratu and Christian Smart, that's the fast repair will be used up for both of these guys as they try and limp these cars home. And that's a long way to get them back. They're down at the hairpin. They've still got half a lap to do on this one as you see the guys continue to try and work their way through. That one did get a call through to race control, and rightly so. So we'll see how they adjudicate that one as it goes through. But we've got a feel for both of them. That was a fantastic fight that we'd seen for the first 10 laps of this one, and an unfortunate way for it to end out. But looks like for Konetsov here, we saw him involved as he came through there. I think he picked up the spinner of Christian Smart there. That car is stationary out on circuit now, and that's a really tough break for these guys. They were looking so promising at the early phase of this race here, and they're now stationary on circuit. We're hearing it's an engine that's let go now, and that more than likely we'll see our first safety car of the series come out here on lap 12. So we'll wait to see how they call that one, but that's a big hit. Safety car yet to come out though, so maybe they're going to see whether they can let this one go. But with the car stationary on circuit, going to need to get it out and arrest the speed of this field, so we don't have anyone else involved in another big one. Hins though did manage to get through that scrap. That's now brought him into ninth position. Stovald's up there. We saw Kyle Stokes manage to sneak his way through that incident as well. He's now up in fifth, so he's a big beneficiary out of that one with 3 cars ahead being involved in that. Safety car finally has been deployed and will pick up this field as well. So that's going to put paid to the good run that had already happened out front. Sam Blacklock, we didn't speak of him too much in the opening 12 laps there, but he had himself an 8.7 second advantage over the field. So Logitech GLTIS continuing on where they left off at the end of last season, flying out front there over Andrew Dyson and Brenton Hobson. So we'll see whether any of the guys decide they want to come through the pit lane. It's almost a gimme that we'll see a few of these guys come through and right on cue. Blacklock's in, so it'll be tyres and fuel on board for this one. And for any of the guys coming out at the moment, you'd think this is the time you want to do it. Get those stops underway. It's stop for nothing effectively and back underway. Stokes also in the lane. So the top 4 so far in, and then 5 and 6 also now continuing in. So everyone's going to continue on with this trend. It'd be interesting to see, though, who does decide they want to play the strategy. We haven't talked about the fuel numbers as yet for this one, but it's going to be interesting. We're expecting fuel strategies for most of these guys tonight to be somewhere in the vicinity of about 28 laps here. So they're about not even halfway through at this point in time. Todd Park's going to roll the dice, though. So this will be an interesting one for these guys. It'll vault them up to the top of the order here as they continue to work their way down and around the lane there. Up from 12th position into first, still with a pit stop on board. The big thing will be, how does it look at the end of all this? So we did hear the call that the safety car was coming out, and we're still yet to see the safety car out underway. So not sure what's happening there. Race control may have just pulled the VC just to get that one slowed down. But for Todd Parks and that, they are pressing on as if nothing's changed at the moment. Sam Blacklock stayed on board that car for the Logitech GLTIS Esports car. They're in second position after their stop. And everyone else still sitting there. So we'll see when the race control can give us an update as to what happened there. We did hear the call. They were going to bring that car out and get the field back through. We've still got Rick Knetsov in the Premier Racing car, the 08, still stationary out on circuit as well. So that car not yet cleaned up. So it's interesting to see how this one's going to play out. So hearing an issue with the safety car getting underway, which very interesting. There might have to see whether they're able just to slow the field down, because we got that stranded car out on circuit there. Last thing we want is anyone else getting collected up in that. If they're 2 or 3 wide, that could end really badly for all these guys involved. But speeds are still there. We're still seeing the quick lap times at the moment. As Todd Parks is going to come in and take that stop. Sam continues on. See where the safety car's still parked in here. It's not yet back out on the circuit from what we can see. So still continuing on. Blacklock goes around to continue another lap. So these guys are pressing on, and this is really making it hard for the likes of Rick Knetsov and that to try and get themselves back out on circuit. So we are hearing now, though, virtual safety car finally being deployed just to arrest that speed and get everyone caught back up. So they're bringing it down to 100 Ks here, which race control will be monitoring just to see that everyone can manage to get their way through. The gap shouldn't change too much, so probably a little bit fortunate for those guys. As we'd see traditionally with the safety car, all those gaps would be mitigated and come back through. We've got a very fast approaching number 6 there, Phil Dalton. So see what happened there. He's going to have to redress that position, because Phil Dalton a long way out of space there, and he's put himself now up the front. The potential does seem like the race control channel is up on car 6 at the moment, so that will be an almost certain penalty for those guys. They have not slowed down to speed or redressed the position to get back in behind race leader there, Sam Blacklock. So imminent penalty coming for the Calamari Racing team as those guys are pressing on. The field now has started to form up behind Sam Blacklock, and as we saw early on, it was a great run from all those guys involved. Knetsov still stuck out on circuit. The safety or the recovery crew not yet out to him there, and this is heartbreaking for these guys. They are losing laps hand over fist here, and at the moment 4 laps down, and put paid to what was going to be a very good night for these guys. They might have been 1, maybe 2 laps down at best, but a lot of work for those guys to come through, and we'll no doubt see them work their way through as race control still trying to sort this out. So we'll leave them to do their job. They're getting on with business. So as we keep an eye on this one here, we're still yet to see Phil Dalton redress that position. So we would expect those guys will get a potential disqualification if not listening to the race channel. But for the effective race top 10 at the moment, we'll have Sam Blacklock, Andrew Dyson, Brian Borg, Sean Linsell, Tom Freer, Jordan Ross, Stephen Varga with a nice run to get up into that 9th position, Blake Delaney there in 10th. Yes, we're going to keep an eye here on Phil Dalton here. He has not slowed down the pace at all, and he's not that far from the back of... Well, he's got half a lap to get up to the back of the train here, but these guys not listening to the race control radio. This could be... we're going to speculate on this potential first maybe disqualification here for failure to adhere to race control requests as they are pressing on. The pace has not slowed down in this car at all, and yeah, not great. These guys, well, a lot of work goes in behind the scenes from series organisers to put together a fantastic rulebook, and race control we'll see that one is adjudicated. So keep an eye on that one. So we've still got the field under control there of Sam Blacklock. We are hearing, though, a black flag now has just been issued to car 6. So the car we're riding on board with, they will get a black flag penalty there for failure to adhere to the race control. And, let's see how that one goes through for those guys. We'll expect them in. While we have these guys continuing on, we'll quickly touch base with the series sponsors again, who have been fantastic in coming back, and a lot of returning series sponsors coming on board again. Jinx Shifters, great to have them back alongside RaceKraft Simulations, 2 major series sponsors for season 11 of the AOSC. Simrigs.com are back again, along with Race Circuit Art Australia, AJ Insurance, Acuta Rigging and Solution, and Track Cams for Gourmets back as well, which is great to have all of these guys coming back for the season, and some new entries coming in the form of RaceKraft Simulations as well. So it's awesome to have those guys on board with us. As we're hearing, green flag will be coming through this time by. Car 6 will have a 1-lap hold penalty for failure to adhere to race control orders and redress the position. So Sam Blacklock will lead the field away again. He's going to slow them all the way down as they work their way up into the final corner here. Let's see what he's able to do. We know traditionally James Scott always went very, very late, trying to get any form of an edge here. And Blacklock now puts the power down. He's got a marginal bit of a gap there over Dyson, just using the road, trying to get a little bit of heat into the tyres there for all those guys that remember SVG doing it in the supercars, just trying to get the tyres up to temperature. Brian Borg with an ambitious move down the outside there, trying to get up into second position. He's going to try the cutback here, see whether he can make this work around the long side, going on the outside. We've seen it already work a couple of times further out throughout the night here, and this is a big one down the inside, or down the outside, sorry, trying to get the nose ahead. We'll see whether he's able to do it, and he just has to sneak it back through into third position. So a good run there from Dyson off the get-go. Jordan Ross has jumped on board the 143, replacing Kyle Stokes. And those guys are now back up in contention following that earlier incident, which we saw them be a very big beneficiary of, and get themselves through with no harm there. Jamie Stovald into it there, nearly gets a rotation there from Greg Sharp, who snatches the inside of the Dakota Sim Sports Andrew there and just avoids the back end of the Pursuit Sim Racing car. And then Tyson McAvoy for One Performance Racing now on board the 037 there, and he just gets a move now done on Scott Griffiths. So a good run for those guys coming back up through the field. A lot of work for them to do, down 18 spots from where they started the event, but we'll look to see these guys coming their way through. Brian Borg, though, stayed on board the 017 following that pit stop there. He's now got a mirror full of Jordan Ross. The guys are getting the cars back up to pressure and temps, and just trying to settle themselves back into the rhythm. We've still got the 06 involved in the pit lane following that stop and hold for the lap from race control. So that will see them drop well down the order. So wait for that one just to cycle its way through, as Christian Smart has been able to get the 033 back out on circuit there following the contact that we saw him involved in, which is great to see for those guys. So they're back underway and getting on with business. They've got Michael Taliancic just ahead, and right behind Steve Kokoschki for Synergy Sim Racing entries. Having a look here at some scraps still continuing on there. But Christian Smart, Michael Taliancic just ahead, right ahead of these two. Have a look there at Ben Christensen trying to get the move done on, I think that might have been Glenn Pothaway. I don't know whether he managed to get that one through or not, but that's a great little scrap for those guys just ahead. Just brought our attention up to that one now. So we've got Glenn Pothaway involved, Ben Christensen, Michael Schreier just coming into the mix as well. And then Michael Taliancic and Christian Smart. So this is an awesome little train of cars here further down the field than probably what a few of these guys would expect to be. But everyone fighting for the sheep stations here to try and get involved in it. Craig and Smatch looking for a move down the inside of Steve Kokoschki, and Brian Cooper, who we saw have a little bit of an issue earlier on, did stay on board the the 344, and he is back underway. Alex Senni still involved in it. He's not that far behind. And for the YouTube chat, wondering where Roderick Hollis is sitting at the moment, he's back in 24th position. Down a spot from where he started, but coming back through following the earlier spin that we saw him unfortunately involved in. And he's got Nicholas Timors in 312 Premier Racing car right ahead of those guys. So a good run for the Frog Leap Racing guys as they work their way back up through the field. In front of these guys, we also got Brett Nishke, so another one of the Frog Leap entries just a bit further along. The battle for 13th is still on, however, we've got Brett Loxton going very, very slow. I think serving a slowdown penalty there as he pulls off to the side and lets the train flow through, and that's probably one of the best spots on circuit to clear one of those slowdown penalties. Just run it wide through the little kink there, let everyone slip up the inside, and then get yourself back underway. And he hasn't lost too much time as a result of that. He'll get himself in nicely there as the field continues on. Keep an eye there. Postlewaite still holding off Christensen down into one. We'll see which way Christensen wants to swing it. He's thinking about coming down the inside and just pulls it back in line. Taliancic, we've got to keep an eye on him as he works his way through the field. Up 19 spots already, so it's a fantastic drive for Michael Taliancic in the 777 at the moment as they are pressing on nicely up through the field. We'll keep an eye on how those guys continue to make progress as the night unfolds. Schreier looking to get the move there. He gets a little bit of a wobble. That's going to invite Taliancic in for a run here. We'll see whether he thinks about sticking one up the inside under the brakes. Oh, it's almost there. It's a late thought as he nearly tips it in there and just pulls out at the last minute. Got to be careful not to see those cars go around in that spot there. As looks like now they're just going to settle down a little bit. We saw Loxton there, who cleared that slowdown just a lap ago. He's caught right up to the back of the train very nicely there, and he'll get involved in this. Justin Clayton for Legacy Sim Racing, another new team to enter the season or the series this season, down in 25th position. He just gets a move there done on Anthony Vassam for Taipan Esports up into 25th position. So a nice run for him there as he moves his way up the field. Frederick Hollis will be or Roderick Hollis will be the next candidate up ahead that he needs to navigate and see whether he can work his way through. Christian Smart though, back into position here. He's got Brett Loxton right behind. Michael Taliancic just up ahead. Loxton's going to stick the nose out a little bit too far back to make that move early on, but thinks about just letting the guys know he's having a look. Christensen down the inside and Schreier with a big moment. Very reminiscent of what we saw from Kyle Stokes on the opening few laps. Just gets the car unsettled up on the curbs. And that's the second Synergy Sim Racing entry we've seen have a moment there tonight in that spot. As go back up to the battle for 12th position. Ben Christensen now going to finally get the move done there on Glenn Postlewaite down into the hairpin. Michael Taliancic also gets a move done there on Michael Schreier as well. So the two Michaels going at it. Loxton manages to claw his way up another spot after that slowdown as well. So it's all starting to happen here as everyone gets involved in it. The tyres are back up to where they need to be. Loxton still down the inside of Smart. Smart's got to have nightmares of being in this spot as the guys work their way through following that big one that brought out the original yellow flag there. So he's able to continue pressing on, which is good to see. Watch all these guys now continue pressing on. Some gaps just starting to open up now as everyone just settles into that little bit of the calm before the storm again. The gaps about a couple of tenths of a second as they all work their way down through off the hairpin here. Watching Schreier just get the Synergy Sim Racing Mustang back under his feet after we saw him have that similar moment to Kyle Stokes just a lap ago in that final corner there, but he's got to be careful. He hasn't excited the tyres too much. Brett Loxton now looking racy again following the slowdown we saw from him just a couple of laps ago also. So just going to bring himself nicely into contention there. And Michael Taliancic is just playing this one nicely. up into the 14th spot there. 20 spots gained so far, as he is the biggest mover so far throughout the field. A few other guys getting in amongst it. Oh, Greg Sharp off into the wall there. We'll have to see if we can find a replay of how that one unfolded. So he's got the Fisher Motorsports car down the inside as the guys work their way through the chicane there, and no contact. Looks like just lit the tyres up a little bit for Greg there. That's unfortunate for those guys. They were looking really good. Both cars at that point in time up 13 or 12 spots respectively. So Greg Sharp brings that car into the lane. It'll be the second stop for those guys tonight. One quick repair and they will be back out and into the thick of the action. Shreya now with Loxton trying to get a move down the inside there. Nearly a little bit of contact there from Loxton as he lights up those rear tyres. Shreya is going to get back into this one. He's doing a great job to hold that spot there. Loxton is not giving up though, trying to throw the Zuva entry in all sorts there, as we see Mokoteli Antic with the big lock-up from himself there. That's very uncharacteristic, as that car has relatively fresh tyres on it as well. So that's not something we're going to want to see too much from him as they come down into the hairpin. A little bit better for all those guys. No lock-ups as they get the cars tipped in. Let's watch the drive out. And again, as we spoke about in qualifying, the compliance from all of these cars using the curb very nice tonight here. They're all monstering them as they fire up over the top, and might stick on board here with Loxton as they head up through the brakes for the last half of this lap. See what he's able to do in the Zuva entry. And you watch the guys get their way across the line. It's a great look here at effectively 11th or 10th position all the way back there, as we see Christensen make a little bit of a mistake there, just gets into the door there of Postlethwaite, who's able to get through. Mokoteli Antic also takes advantage of that one. That pulls him up another position up now into the 12th spot. And again, right behind, we've still got these guys scrapping over spots there. Shreya with a little bit of a run that Christensen just locks it up as no harm, no foul there. The guys get back underway. Christian Smart is going to be wanting to get away from this bunch. I mean, we saw him involved in that big incident early on where he was able to get the car back to the lane and underway. He is not going to want to be involved in another one of these scraps and not leaving anything on the table at this point in time.
And they don't want to get caught up in more of a battle than that was. Christensen sort of forced the door open and made it happen.
Oh, and welcome to the box, Mr. Matthew Norris. Great to have you back for another season, mate. You've missed a hell of an opening 20 laps of the Nurburgring 650. It's all unfolded as we've seen the big incident already tonight between Christian Smart and I'm trying to think of who was also involved in that. We saw a big one between that one. Rick Kuznetsov, unfortunately, the biggest unfortunate one out of that one. He had a blown engine, and that car has since retired from the race. Unfortunate for those guys. Phil Dalton with a drive-through for failure to adhere to race control. Mate, it's all gone off like a frog in a sock here.
Well, it's the good races that you miss, isn't it? So I'm glad I'm finally here for the last part of this endurance race tonight here in the AOSC. We'll have to catch Cav up on the stuff that he's missed tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll keep an eye on that because he's going to be in for it as well when he gets back. Unfortunately, some real-life commitments for him, not allowing him to be here tonight, but should see him back next week. As a move there between Matthew Muddy and Scott Griffith, both those guys having incidents. It'd be a slowdown for the 025, the 35's off in the gravel trap, struggling to get that car back out, but you will see him work his way through as well. Here's a look at how this one unfolded up into that chicane, and we've already seen a few guys have some issues there tonight, Norrie, as that's a big send from a long way back. You're not likely to pull that up, and then just for good measure, the 9-7 in the rear quarter. That's Roderick Hollis, Frog Leap Racing there. So that'll be a fair bit of damage on the front of that car also.
Yeah, my focus was on the Mudday car that went through earlier, and it just sort of straight lined it. But the incident in the background, that was also a bit unconventional. But Nurburgring has these massive chicanes, and that's what the racing entails. You need to keep your eyes open and your wits about you when you're turning into these ones, because you might have a car just in your blind spot.
Well, yeah, that's it. We've already seen it tonight. The guys just really trying to get these moves done. Very equally paced out here in the series so far, and in pretty much the whole midfield, they've been very, very close together. And we've already seen some fantastic battles up the front of the field between Jordan Ross, Andrew Dyson, and actually we didn't touch on Jordan Ross. He's managed to pull the 143 up into second place, and I mean, you missed it early on. Lap 4, he had a big incident coming off the berm as I heading towards the final chicane. Got the car up, it really unsettled, and we saw later on another incident from Michael Schroeder in the exact same spot. Right here, actually, as the guys use that curb, and that dropped him down into 8th position. So they've worked their way nicely up through the field. Yes, got a little bit of an advantage when the safety car, or the virtual safety car came out at that point, because we weren't able to get the safety car out on circuit, and that's played them nicely into contention. They're back in with a good charge of speed.
Happening further up the field there. It's good that we've been able to get cars moving up and down and in and out and around this grid. Nurburg's a track which has quite a few lefts and rights that make it hard and difficult to pass in some places and easier to pass in others. So it's good to see other drivers moving through the pack.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we're going to be on for this one again. It was ominous signs over those first 12 laps. However, Sam Blacklock, Logitech G Altus, they built themselves up 8.5 second advantage over the field. I mean, we were wondering who could be thereabouts to maybe knock the Logitech guys off the perch, but they seem to have found something else. I mean, we know we're talking to James towards the end of last season. They found a little bit of something in the setup that worked quite nicely for them. They've just extended with that by the looks of it, and they're seemingly able to just turn on the speed at will now.
Which is frustrating if you're one of the other competitors, because you want to be able to turn that speed on as well. And if James Scott and the Logitech G Altus team have found something extra, that is fantastic for them. But you've got to think about the other cars on this grid. Looking here at Stephen Varga, he's trying to make a move on Blake Delaney. They want the speed to be able to close that gap to James Scott and not be this far down the grid. It's nothing disrespectful to be in 8th, but you want to be in 1st. That's why we all come here to race. And these guys are having a good old battle here. The fishy car not quite making the move as we enter into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we saw early on, we took a lap on board with Stephen Varga actually for a tour around the Nurburgring. We watched him just in behind Blake Delaney early on, and Delaney nearly got involved in a bit of an incident there. And it's good to see these guys now coming back up through the field. We spoke just briefly on some of the incidents that didn't fall the way of United Sim Sports, and for Stephen Varga involved in quite a few unforced mistakes there. It really put paid to some good results that he could have had. So it's nice to see these guys at this phase of the race back into contention and looking quite well. As we see Craig Anspach with the obligatory run off the end of turn 1 there. It's so easy to do, not only in a supercar, but in any of the iRacing available content at the moment. It's so easy to snatch a break going down into turn 1 there. It's a bit of a tricky corner. It's downhill, a little off camber, and then almost like going through the dipper at Bathurst to the right instead of to the left. It's a very weird corner, that one, and a very challenging spot for these guys to get the cars braked.
A massive a massive amount of room on exit. So having that sandpit there, while it's a deterrent, as you saw from Anspach going off the road there, it's not quite as bad as the dipper at Bathurst, where there's a concrete wall. So I think Anspach got away with it there. He's filled up the tanked car with some sand, and now he's going to carry that with him for the next part of his stint as we make our way to the next lot of pit stops.
Well, yeah, that's it. And that's going to be an interesting one to see. So we've seen Fishy Motorsports get right up and amongst it early on. Yeah, we actually saw it starting to really form at the back end of last season. They were coming on nicely as the race progressed. They had a really good run, especially at Bathurst. They presented some very nice cars there. The liveries were fantastic for that one. And they got themselves nicely through and up towards the end. It's great to see the turn of speed that's come about from this series. And we've seen it over the past. You think back to when it would be 3 seasons ago now, Synergy Sim Racing really struggled with getting a grip on this car, and it was very uncharacteristic to see them well down the orders. You see the move there between Freya and Borgie, and we made remark of it too, Norrie, about Freya. He'll do well tonight. He's not teamed up with you, but yeah, they were nowhere a few seasons ago, and they've now clawed all that margin back and got back to being that team that, where every time I thought of endurance racing, might not have been supercars, but endurance racing in general, you always saw a Synergy car up the top end.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Dan. And the fact that last season, in season 10 of AOSC, most of the top 10 cars were Synergy cars. That team is coming on strong. And when you've got that many drivers who can be in the top 10 of a championship as competitive as AOSC, you really are fighting with the best of the best out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And for a lot of these guys, we're starting to see that progression now, 2 and 3 car entries into this one. And this is an endurance phase. So for some of the teams that have 4 entries, we know we're expecting big numbers when we return next week to the individual driver format, the sprint format. For those guys that are running 2 cars, it's then 4 cars worth of data that they can analyze and get through in the week leading up to this one. So data in this series, it's hard to think. I know from when I drove in this series quite a few seasons ago, you never really looked at the data. You just go out with a very basic set, as we see the flash there from Justin Clayton as he gets into a little bit of an incident there.
Yeah.
You don't think about the data at that point, and then you get into it and you need to analyze it, and you can spend weeks and hours just sitting there analyzing the data to get the most out of these cars now.
And some of these teams do. I remember when we went into Bathurst for the season 10 finale, Synergy spent about a week with Tom and I sort of working on a setup. Didn't help us in the race because we ended up being nowhere, but they spent about a week on it. And these teams these days have to spend that much time if they're going to get a good setup, because they need to get the pace out of the car. So you can see now what's happening with Taliant and Loxton and Christensen as well is in there. And it's a good move. And as you see, the car just run a little bit taily on exit. He's got the switchback now, has Loxton, and he's going to get his car through on the inside of Taliant. Just won't be happy with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't count your chickens generally too early in that spot, Norrie. We've seen some fantastic scraps for guys hanging around the outside. This right here, though, for Christian Smart, we've said it a couple of times since the restart got underway, he's going to have nightmares in that spot because he took a massively hard lick into the wall there. Fortunately, was able to get that car recovered and back underway, but that's a spot there, very easy to go. And 2x2, the road falls away. You get a little bit of extra as you come through on the exit of that new stadium section, but then you got grass just as where you'd see the traditional, the short entry, let's say, of what Nurburgring used to be before you get out onto the Nordschleife. So for that spot, it's very tricky, especially if you run that little bit hard out there trying to hold that outside line.
And sometimes you can use the curve that can really help you on the exit. So as we see, we come down the hill now. They come through the bus stop chicane at the end of this straight, and there is a massive berm on the exit that can lead you up to the Nordschleife. But this back here is getting dicey and spicy. It's Blake Delaney who's trying to get this move done on Stephen Varga. They've also brought Glenn Postlethwaite and Michael Whiting into this battle. This is the berm here I'm talking about. As Whiting tries to look, shows the nose, says, I'm interested, I'm keen, I'll take the move.
Well, yeah, definitely. And I mean, and that berm there is key to getting a good run. And it's very easy to make a little bit of a mistake there. We've seen a couple of guys already do so tonight. But for a few guys, you can get a nice run, as we see down the inside. Postlethwaite gets the move there done beautifully on Michael Whiting down into turn 1. That's a textbook run there. Gets the car covered off nicely. And he made that look very, very easy. And now the two Fisher Motorsports entries behind, working their way back into the fight there. So that's a great run for all those guys. Keeping an eye on the chat as well, whether you're tuning in on YouTube or Facebook. Some great discussions going on in there, and a few of the co-drivers getting in and amongst it. And for any of the co-drivers, if they'd love to come in for a chat, plug the car sponsors and let us know what they're looking forward to as the race progresses and maybe their chances for the season. It'd be great to get you in, jump into the commentary box and see what we can do with that one. As Loxton now back down the inside there, Michael Whiting into the hairpin. And Whiting gets a nice little kick there, though. Going to hold this position. He should be able to retain the spot as they head up in towards the very fast Michael Schumacher S's.
It's a fast part of the circuit, and it's one of the part of the circuits where drivers need to be really careful. As we see Loxton holding defensive. Whiting's not going to get this position. Is he going to get the switchback? No. So it's Loxton who remains in charge as we head and run up this hill towards the back chicane.
Yeah, keep an eye though on Ben Christensen just in the mix on that one as well as the fights are going on all over the shop here. We've got Stephen Vargas still getting in and amongst it. Glenn Postlethwaite gets up on that berm and we're seeing a few guys. Ben Christensen's gone around in the background there. He's going to keep it off the wall. Keep an eye on to see how that one unfolded. Got to be careful on that rejoin though into the final corner there. It's a very tricky spot trying to come through. This is a look at how this one unfolded for him. So we've got Smart down on Christensen, on the outside there, and it's a slight wiggle there from the Fishy Motorsports entry, and unfortunately for Christensen, he was the rebound off that one, and then caps it off the wall, fortunately, and then nearly gets collected for his efforts on the way back into circuit there by Steve Kokoschki, I believe it was, just up front.
Yeah, it was a 2-for-1 deal, and Ben bought the wrong ticket and got the wrong 2-for.
Christian Smart here, though, getting a move done on the pass master, Michael Taliancic, and Taliancic's going to quickly fire serve and try and get this one done. It's a little bit of contact as they work their way through. Schroeder there looking to, Michael Schreier looking to come into this one as well. Taliancic's going to lose 2 spots here as they run down to the hairpin. And then right in behind, Michael Whiting. He has got to be enjoying this fight. He might pick up a couple of spots here as the guys press on with this little exchange here.
Well, as you see this lot of cars, they've just moved through on Whiting. So it would be great if he was able to just pick them off as they fall and the cars fall right in front of him. If he can grab those spots, he'll be loving it.
Well, just a bit of fishing. If he fishes around the outside there, might get a bite and get one down the inside. As bad puns have already started for the championship. Postlethwaite still up ahead now of Vargas. Got a little bit of breathing room. Delaney there, Loxton. And this scrap further down, still heating up. Smart's been able to get away just a smidgen here with Taliancic and Schreier still looking at each other. And no, we've got some big movers up and down throughout the field already. Michael Schreier leading the way currently, 21 spots gained. And we're only 29 laps into this one. Stephen Varga, a few cars up, 10 spots gained for him. Glenn Postlethwaite, 16 spots already. Alex Zenny, we haven't really spoken too much of him tonight as he works his way through. First time entry for these guys. Up 10 spots for them as well and into 18th, although he may just lose a spot here down to Ben Christensen, who locks a wheel on the run into to turn 1 there, and as a result actually gets it very squirrely, trying to put the power back down, and Zenny regains that position.
Yeah, I think Ben Christensen lost a spot to Ben. He's way through pretty nicely. Team RaceKraft making their debut in the AOSC tonight. Yeah, they are having a good run, being less far up. I mean, 10 positions from their start. Endurance races are great races to move forward and capitalise on the gains in the field, but it's also a great race to really work on your skill and find out if you've got any chance of moving forward in this grid.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll keep an eye on this one. No, for the viewers, we didn't really get a chance in the opening exchange to really go over the notes on fuel strategies and driver limits and incident points. We're going to throw you in the deep end here because I know you're not going to have it up on your little cheat sheet there. But what are we looking at for these guys for fuel strategies tonight?
Dan, you underestimate me and my complete lack of preparedness. It's 28 laps to a tank, and it's an endurance race. So what you want to do every time you stop is you want to fill the car up full. You want to take some tyres. You'll take tyres in a supercar race anytime you get the opportunity because they're free. They fill up at the same time the cars get tyres changed, so you take the tyres. If you want to finish the race off and have that little short stint at the end, you'll take 14 laps of fuel just to midget home. But someone might even look at the race 28 laps back from the end and say, right, let's backwards this, and they might come in for that undercut.
Well, it's a great save from the Director's Lounge there. Mr. Hauser feeding you all the information and keeping you up to date. He's done well on that one, just as the quick throw there. But yeah, you're right. 28 laps to a tank here tonight. Maximum driver time is going to be an interesting one. We'll keep an eye on that one. 83 laps for these guys. And if we remember back to last season, we saw a few guys involved in missing that driver time allotment. And that put paid to some good runs. Most notably, I think we'd think back to Silverstone and the unfortunate run there for Brian Borg and Corey Shepherd. Those guys actually didn't quite get that driver pairing timed up since then. Haven't missed the mark on that one though, so they'll be in good stead tonight as Stephen Varga now drops in behind Brett Loxton, and down the inside with the big send, Blake Delaney gets that one through. He got it pulled up nicely. I don't think he used much of Varga there to get that car turned, but this is a great little scrap for these guys. Down in 10th position, Varga holds station though as they fire it up through the Schumacher S's there, and that's an awesome look. But here's the Fishy car coming back in again, trying to get a nibble on the back of the United Sim Sports car. He pulls out just a little bit early, uses a huge amount of curb to try and slingshot that car through, and he's very shallow there on the run to get down the back straight. No, these guys are not leaving anything on the table at this point.
I think this is one of the battle packs we have to watch all night because this is going to be great. I think Delaney has bought a ticket to the Stephen Varga show and he hasn't got what he paid for, so he's chasing him like a Commodore after another Commodore. He's got the fish baited on the fishy car, and he wants this position.
Ooh, and just a little bit of an exciter of the rear tyres on exit. So that's going to put him back just a fraction here, and that sets lets Varga get away just a little bit more. We're going to find all the fish puns to get out on this one. We know they've been good sports in the past seasons. We've brought that one up. Ben Christensen, though, coming back through after we saw that run where he put it off the circuit there for a little bit of hip and shoulder there, coming back through. He's got a move up the inside of Alex Zani, and he's managed to get his way through on Brian Cooper as well. Cooper, though, going to have a look to see whether he can follow suit and come through on these guys. A little bit of a lock-up as he slides the Tank SRT in, car in there, and actually just has to redress that spot. A little bit of contact with Zani. Craig Anspach, though, will be the next car up the line here for Ben Christensen to try and latch onto and see whether he can claw his way back up through the order after that one. But judging by the pace at the moment, Nori, we're seeing for Christensen last time by a 1:58.71. The guys around him only a tenth faster, so he's in good stead to make this one up. And Blake Delaney has got the move done on Stephen Varga. We'll see whether we can maybe look at a replay on that one, but he has got the fishy car up the front and starting to pull away. And this is how it all unfolded. No, down into the run into turn one, not too bad. He wasn't quite close enough there. But what's happened to Varga? Varga's made a bit of a meal of turn one there. He's run it very, very deep. And around the outside, Blake Delaney gets the move done. That's an awesome drive, and that car looking very, very hooked up.
Yeah. It seems Stephen Varga's gone to the Craig Anspach Tank SRT school of turn one and has gone a bit wide through that one. He's also lost a spot now to Christian Smart, who is also making his way forward. It won't be long before Stephen Varga will be telling Michael Schreier which way he doesn't want him to go past him. But it's on for the next train of cars because there's a few behind him.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And I think, we've seen it over iRacing the past few seasons as they've worked on the tyre development. Once you do overheat them a little too much, it takes that lap or two just to bring them back into the window again and get the grip where you need to be to press on. So forget they're a long way into this stint. They came in about 20 laps ago. So in the next 6 to 8 laps, we're going to expect all these guys in for a next round of pit stops. So these tyres are going to be screaming out for Blue Murder to get off the car and have a breather. But at the moment, no reprieve for either of these guys. Christian Smart now just ahead still of Varga. Michael Schreier still involved in this one. And as we turn attention down the back of the field, must not forget the back markers. They're doing a good job working their ways through. Scott Griffith, after we saw him have a bit of an incident earlier on where he ran it into the gravel, gets that car through and into the lane. Aaron Gilbert, just for good measure though, a little bit of a touch-up on the rear.
Yeah, that was a late entry, that one, and it was sort of caught him by surprise, I'd say, because I don't think he was expecting the car to be just that slow off exit. Back with Stephen Varga though, and he is still working at maintaining his position in 12th place. He will be wanting to keep Michael Strayer and Michael Talianchich behind the United Sim Sports car. They come through this fantastic little section up here. This is what I like to call the bus stop of Nurburgring, because it's a left and it's a right and it's fast, and then you clobber that berm on the left and it really gets the car turned back into the straight, so you can go right around the hairpin and begin the lap again and again and again.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice to use the quicker chicane here. Although, as much as we love to see these cars get up and over the curbs, that really tricky tight chicane there is very menacing on the brakes there. I would have expected we'd see a huge amount of incidents from the guys trying to navigate their way through, and that opportunity for the late pass and dive into that chicane really doesn't seem to work there. So a great call from Race Direction with the layout choice tonight, and it's presented some fantastic racing all the way up through the field. Even though we're 33 laps into 126, the racing has been hard and fast, as we're going to stick with this little battle. Let's not forget though, the top 5 still pressing on nicely out front, with Sam Blacklock well out 5.3 seconds up the road. Jordan Ross has a 7/10 of a second advantage over Andrew Dyson in 3rd position. Tom Freer up in 4th. Brian Borg sitting in the 5th spot. As we see Jamie Stovall and Wade Sheedy, these guys well out of position for where they would traditionally be, and from the performance that we saw from them last season, Norrie, a lot of work to do, down 27th and 28th respectively.
Yeah, unfortunately Jamie Stovall had to sit out a lot of last year with a brake pedal issue, so he wasn't able to get back in the rig, but hopefully he's back now for the long haul and can work his way back to the front of this field where he truly does belong, as we see him try and get this move done on Wade Sheedy. Wade's also a very talented operator and will not want Jamie Stovall having a breather. So Jamie's got to work hard and make sure he gets the move done. And this is a good battle pack. They're not where they should be. Both of these drivers should be up the front, but having them down the back just makes it more and more interesting for us.
Well, yeah, absolutely, and it's very different. We've normally seen Jamie Stovall teamed with Michael Talianchich as well, so those guys have split themselves up for the season, or for at least for this first race. We've got a few guys now starting to enter the lane, both Smart and Talianchich getting their second stops underway. While we were having a look, or while we continue to have a look at this battle as well, I did notice too, Brian Borg has succumbed now to Tom Freer up in 4th position, and he's dropped now down into 5th position. Dyson though is really closing up on the back of Jordan Ross as well, so we'll keep an eye on those 2 fights in the top 5 as you look at Stovall here on the nose. The Commodore just trying to sneak a move down the inside there, not quite close enough to pull that one off.
You want to make sure the move gets done, and it looked like it was close heading up into that Schumacher chicane, but it wasn't. And so we'll keep going again for the rest of the lap. You can see the great amount of speed these drivers build up before you back on the anchors. Jamie looks a bit unsteady through the brakes. Wade's just got a nice settled Premier Racing Team car sitting right in front of him, centre on the screen. And just gets that drive exit. Got the drive traction perfect in the Premier car.
Yeah, just I think if we see Stovall get through there, we might see him be able to release the shackles a little bit and claw his way up. But at the moment, the pace is starting to fall off, although admittedly last pit stop lap 16, but last time by for him a 1:59.1. So compared to where he has been, that's a fairly substantial drop in pace and performance at the moment. Up the pointy end, however, the battle's still going on. Varga now has a mirror full of Schreier. He's going to go very defensive here up into the chicane, so we'll hold that spot. But Schreier now has got the tyres back underneath and both cars into the lane to get their second stops done. Andrew Dyson, we haven't spoke much of the beard, who remember last season, came home third in the championship there for simrigs.com. He's now got Tom Freer closing back in all over him, and this is going to be a good little scrap for these guys. Third and fourth position, and they are one of the closest battles we've got up the pointy end of the field. And where are your thoughts, Zoe? I know you're probably secretly barracking for Freer there after the endurance stint, and you two being good mates and all, but who do you think's got the pace looking at these two?
That was a one-time deal. I'm totally anti-Tom Freer in there. No, Tom's a great mate, and he's going to be trying to get Dyson. Dyson did have some very good speed towards the end of last season, though. So if our viewers can cast their minds back, almost a month until season 10, Dyson had a real turn of speed, and he was really outpacing Briggs even. So Dyson might just have the measure over Tom Freer tonight.
So as we have a look at these guys a little further back, McAvoy now on board the 037, the One Performance Racing car. So that was the other car involved in that big hit with Christian Smart, the double three earlier on, and they're coming back up through the field nice. Dyson, though, just positioning the car where he needs to. Does anyone blink for the lane at this point? No, but Freer does down the inside. And no, that's a nice move. Just uses the car a little bit, sends it a bit wide, just drifts it through. But you see from Dyson there, just gets out on the marbles there, and that car really struggling for front grip.
Yeah, that was the commentator's curse, because I said he was going to do well, and then Freer gets past him. So, no, Tom's going to do great.
Dyson not giving up on this one. Thinks about a move down the outside, and we've seen a couple of guys get that close into contention, and a few thought optionally and gone the anchors up a little bit early. Tried the crisscross. Dyson, though, hanging it around the outside, and he has not really let too far off the back here. If he can hold station, he's in with a good run down towards the chicane. Let's look how they get through the stadium, both using a little bit of curb and a very short shift there from Dyson to try and keep that wheel spin down.
How resplendent does the brand new skin look on Andrew Dyson's car? Even looking from the bonnet, it looks fantastic. You see Tom Freer using every piece of the road. This is a trick I taught him back in the day. And he didn't listen to me, because he actually uses the Apex. So Tom doing a fantastic job leading Andrew Dyson.
Well, yeah, it's been a great run so far, and we'll keep an eye on that scrap. Wade Sheedy, though, now getting in and amongst the back markers as Matthew Morty just ahead in the 025 Fishing Motorsports entry, and we've already seen one big off at this portion of the circuit. Let's see how it unfolds as they come up to the chicane, both getting through just as they need to, and Sheedy and Stovall looking pretty racy here at the moment. Right in behind, though, we've got the leaders starting to get in amongst it, as I think I caught a glimpse there of Sam Blacklock starting to put a lap on these guys, and it's hard to think when we were under pace car earlier on, and virtual safety car, sorry, at lap 14, to see that the pace that these guys have been able to do. They've already got back to that 8.2 second advantage that they had at the start of that virtual safety car, and they are looking very good. Very low on fuel at this point, Nora, it must be said. They're probably about 2 laps shy of where they want to be coming in.
Yeah, but that's all right. They can use that to back-end the race. Now, back-end the race is what I like to call it, when you sort of use your fuel number and work the shorter stop into the middle of your stint in the race. I have no doubt Sam Blacklock and James Scott, been out of this game for 4 weeks and I've forgotten who he is, but James Scott and Sam Blacklock will be running that strategy. If they're going to be short coming into the stop, they'll try and work it so that they get their short stop out of the way early.
Wow, so we just heard a very interesting little bit of news just in regards to the safety car, and the reason why we didn't see it come out lap 1 there. That's on lap 14, sorry. That's an interesting piece. A blown engine in the safety car. Didn't turn a lap all night and popped the motor on the lane. So they've one-upped Mr. Hauser. We saw make do the weed whacking there, and gets through there as a big moment there for Chris Barnes off as he gets a little bit of a helping hand there. I think that was Jordan Gallagher just collecting the back end of the tanked SRT entry and sending him around.
I think the tanked SRT car was a bit tanked when it was heading into that corner. We catch a replay here car comes through to the curb, and there's a bit of a Ben Christensen. Is that Ben Christensen in the way? As he gets a bit, oh, he's locked it. It almost looks reminiscent of the Faria and Norris crash at Bathurst from last season.
Yeah, fortunately it doesn't get any damage, so it is the 2.5. So Jordan Gallo-Christensen in that car at the moment, so fortunately those guys not involved in it. Aaron Gilbert sends one up the inside into turn 1, and that's a nice move there. Gets the car braked nicely, a little bit tail happy as he tips it back across and gets the power down, but they are back into contention. Luke Rosella now jumping back on board the 3-0, taking over from Michael Schreier, and those guys down in 21st position after that stop, but they're going to come back through quite nicely on board, and right in behind a man we haven't seen in the championship for a few seasons now, Mr. Jamie McKnight, back on board the 87, taking over from Stephen Varga in the United Sim Sports entry.
I haven't seen Jamie for a little while now, and starting to miss him for how long he's been absent. But he's back in it now, and he's mid-field, so he's lost a bit. And he'll appreciate me saying that.
Yeah, good bloke, Jamie, and being around the traps for as long as I can remember as well. So he'll be loving the return there. Did have some injuries which kept him out of the sim last season, unfortunately, but great to see him back in the car and turning a few laps here. Sam Blacklock, though, was to jump on board with the Logitech GLTC driver, still pressing on here. Last in lap 12. We're on lap 38, I believe, at the moment. We'll see whether he dives it in for the lane here or whether he's going to try and extend it one more. Because if he's able to extend it, Norrie, they have found something. They're using the fuel consumption very, very nicely.
Let's see if he's actually going to lift and coast, because that may be what they're doing. They might be lifting and coasting and using a bit of a fuel-safe strategy. I'll shut up and we can hear it go.
And that was a nice. I was going to say, no, that's a nice lap there of the Logitech G car getting around. Very easy on the throttle, and they're massaging some nice economy out of the fuel in that car at the moment.
Yeah, I didn't see any lifting and coasting out of there, so you're absolutely right, Dan. They have found something in the Logitech G AOSC Sports car, and I can't believe it.
Well, look, if anyone could find some more time, I'm sure it was those guys, and they're doing a bang-on job there, just keeping it nicely out front. We did see, we were keeping an eye on the onboard there, this battle between Glenn Postlethwaite and Brett Loxton start just to spark up again. Battle for 8th position, 0.4 of a second between both of those two as they continue to press on for another lap. and they're going to be in for a nice little fight there. And then a little bit further up the field, Brian Borg, who is still on board the 017. He's been on since the start of the race. This is a big stint for him, and he's now got Sean Linsell in the 554 DPR entry just in behind there, and these guys are working their way up through the field. Linsell up a couple of spots. Brian Borg has dropped a few spots from the start, it must be said. They started off in second position, didn't quite get the jump they needed, and it's been a tough, hard slog for these guys. They've always seemed to have someone around them.
It's Brian's way of getting his minimal laps out of the way, and then handing over to Corey and giving Corey a massive run at the end. The other thing that we have seen is that the Henry Jones Racing guys have got the Merc running in the pit lane. So if we see a safety car again, or a actual safety car, unlike the virtual safety car you saw earlier, we should actually see our lovely newly skinned Merc on track.
And that'll be great to see that car getting out there and knocking down a few laps as this one continues on. We'll keep an eye here on Borgie though. He's going to bring that 017 into the lane for the second stop tonight. So that's great economy for these guys. They're getting better than what we thought, no, with the pace in those cars at the moment, which is awesome to see. Is Andrew Dyson now still in third position. So he's moved one spot up through the field earlier on tonight. He's been on board that car since the opening stanza as well, and driven very, very comfortably and collected. He's got Tom Freer now up into second, and not that far ahead, only a second between second and third now.
Yeah, that gap is tight.
So we've got three in the lane taking that early, or getting those secondary stops out of the way. Corey Shepherd now jumping on board for Brian Borg. Kyle Stokes, who we saw in the opening stint of the race, back on board the 143. Tyson McAvoy is in the lane as well. Brett Nishke in the lane. Thomas Hinz is on board as well. The Henry James Racing car is also good to see him back into that one as well, as Shepherd now down and away. So for distance sake, so from 5th position down into 13th for Shepherd, and then just a lap later, Sam Blacklock in the lane to get his stop done. We'll see whether he hands it over. We would expect to James Scott. It's a quick entry on the way in. Didn't look like he left much on the table there to get that one through. Tom Freer, though, going to press on one more lap as Dyson now brings the Synergy car into the lane. And for Tom, this is an awesome run. He came in at the same time as all of these guys, and he's managed to find an extra lap in it.
One of the things that Tom Freer does well is he knows how to manage a strategy, and he managed a brilliant strategy last time I drove with him at Bathurst, and he will have done that again tonight. Being able to maximise your fuel number whilst keeping pace with the cars relative around you. He was matching Andrew Dyson, and he's been able to go a lap extra. It's fantastic work from Freer.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking very, very good at the moment as they press on, and Synergy are coming back up through the field. Glenn Potherwaite still continuing on. He came in a lap later than all of these guys, but still pressing on nonetheless. Steve Kikosh in the lane. Blake Delaney has gone around one more time as well. So a few of these guys really starting to stretch the numbers out and see whether this can play them nicely in at the end of this one. We've still got James Scott sitting in the lane. Coming back around the final corner was Kyle Stokes. So those guys have made a net gain, I dare say, when this one plays out as well. As we have a look here at Corey Shepherd now on board 017. And we'll see what he's able to do as he comes back out. But the opening stint, or a few sectors for him, Norrie, purple sectors. So he is not messing around trying to regain some of that lost ground.
This is the thing. I thought Brian being in the car for the first stint, giving Corey a good end of the race. We were always expecting purples from Corey, and he's delivering at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We looked at the time through qualifying. He was only a tenth of a second off the back of James Scott there. So he's definitely got the pace on board that car to bring it up through the field. We'll look to see what he's able to do there as we have a look a little further down at the back of the field, 25th and 26th respectively. Jaden Borg just ahead there of Rick Sibra, the Dakota Sim Sports and Frog Leap Racing team cars having a little bit of an exchange well down the order. We saw both of these cars involved in some earlier incidents, unfortunately, which did drop them through the field here as Sibra looks at a very, very late move and for his trouble gets a bit of a wiggle up on that one as he tries to keep it off the back of the Penrite racer there. And Tom Freer has managed to bring that car into the lane as well. So that's an awesome job for him to continue on. There is some battling still further down the field, though, Norrie, between Jamie Dyke, Wade Sheedy, Rob Bowden's involved in this, and we've also got the 08. Let's see who's involved in that car getting in and amongst it. So we've got some good battling going on further down the field.
Yeah, there's a few ding-dong battles as we climb up and down through the leaderboard. This battle here between Wade Sheedy and Rob Bowden seems to be carrying on a little bit. Rob will not give an inch and Wade will not take a mile. These guys are going to work their way side by side. Crisscrossing up and down through Nurburgring. Bit of flash of lights. Wade is not happy about being stuck behind Bowden. If we could see the rear of Bowden's car, we'd see a flash of the tail lights because he's happy being stuck in front of Wade Sheedy.
Well, it's a good chance to save a little bit of fuel and get yourself into a position later on. So pit stops for these guys, for Sheedy at least anyway. He came in on lap 23, so those tyres are halfway used at this point in time versus the likes of Rob Bowden, who was only in 4 laps ago. So a big tyre difference between both of these cars. But, I mean, no, Sheedy hasn't given up here. He's still throwing everything he's got at the back of the tank car to try and regain that position.
And that's the hallmark of a brilliant racer. Like I said before when I was talking about Sheedy versus Stovald, both of these guys, well, at least Sheedy in this case, is very fast. He deserves to be up front. Rob Bowden was knocking on the back of the top 10 last season, so he's fast as well. He's not going to give up to try and lose this spot. He's going to keep racing, and it's a hallmark of a great racer.
Well, absolutely, and we'll watch this fight with Figure as it continues on out front, although a big moment there for Rob Bowden, and that's really brought Sheedy now back into the mix. So the little bit of pressure that Sheedy's starting to apply, we might see that cool exterior of Bowden just starting to crack just a little bit here as we go back to that battle between Rick Sibra and Jaden Borg down into turn 1. Not much between either of these two, and both cars looking pretty evenly matched. If anything, maybe just a little bit better exit and drive out there for the Dakota Sim Sports, Andrew. It looks like a little bit up front understeer there for Sibra in the 066.
Yeah, but thankfully this time for Sibra, there wasn't a wiggle through to the front of the field. It's Brenton Hobson and Corey Shepard. Corey's still setting those purple times. He's still trying to get the run to the front. Hobson is going to try and keep him there in 4th position, holding off Corey Shepard.
It's a good run from both of these guys. Shepard, we saw when he came out from the lane, very, very quick, trying to extend that gap and pull himself back into contention after a great drive there from Brian Borg earlier on. So a little bit of work for those guys to do, but Brenton Hobson, not an easy competitor to try and work his way through. And while we watch that fight, or we continue to watch this fight, James Scott, last time binary, set the quickest lap of the race, 1:55.78, and only the second lap out on circuit. He is flying at the moment.
Yeah, if you think that season 10 was, James Scott's won it all again and that's all that, no. He's still got a point to prove, and a point to prove is a 1:55.79 around the Nurburgring. It's the GP circuit, but it is still the Nurburgring. And James Scott is doing a fantastic job. Chris Barnes spins it around, and he buys himself another ticket to the apex of the corner and loses a whole bunch of positions for his trouble.
Yeah, fortunately didn't get involved too much there as he went around. It was a bit of a harmful spin, but these guys up the front of the field now really starting to mix it with some of the back markers there, as we see one of the fishy cars going very wide, just letting these guys cycle their way through. But for Hobson, just a little bit of a breather that he needed to settle that rhythm back down. Corey Shepherd just getting held just up a fraction.
Only slightly. But it is good to see that someone's making Corey work for it. Corey's a fantastic racer. He's been at the top of this championship, and he's undoubtedly going to make sure he's there again this season. Brenton Hobson is trying to do his best to keep him at bay, and we're seeing a bit of a wiggle from the nose. He's looking, but he's not diving. Because Brenton is one of these drivers, he will park it on the inside white line if he has to, and he does their car through in the background.
Actually, this is a really good shot here, just to see the two different lines that both of these guys taking. You see a very different line there through the first part of that corner for Corey Shepherd. It worked well on the initial turn-in, but at the second half of that corner on the run through the complex there, for Hobson, he was able to get that car rotated just that little bit better, a little bit better drive out there. So both guys have certain strengths and weaknesses around this circuit. And think back to what we've been treated to the last few seasons. We've really seen that come to its own in the way these drivers and teams set these cars up now.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams, like I was saying before with Synergy, they've got to work at a setup. And you see these cars, some cars will handle brilliantly through the apex of the corner. Other cars will handle brilliantly through the straights. There's a Corey Shepherd going brilliantly on the grass. So, all the engineers are trying to work out different setups. I'm not sure the grass one's the best, but, it's working for Corey right now.
Well, that's it. I mean, taking a bit of a leaf out of your book, Norrie, just trying to use that bit of track and then some to get his way through. Another driver doing the exact same thing at the moment, Rob Bowden, who's gone a little bit off tracking as well in the Tanked SRT car, does give up that position now to Wade Sheedy. And for his trouble, he's going to come under a hotly contested fight here between Dave Coleman as well, getting into the mix as these guys work on with it. Sebastian Flop on board the 777, taken over from Michael Taliancic, back on board with business, and those guys into 12th position, 22 spots up. But they've got to be careful. Todd Parks here for Synergy Sim Racing is closing back in. And we've seen early on these two cars very equally matched at the moment, and not much separating them as they work their way around the lap.
Yeah, there's not a lot, and that's the thing. They're not quite close enough that you could sort of make it about a lick of paint worth, but there's a car width there, and there's enough distance there that they want to get some pace down on the circuit and keep moving.
Well, yeah, let's have a look here down into one. There's a good chance for him to get through. A little bit of a wiggle on the back there for Parks. He just gets that car pulled up before we see Flock there swing across the nose and get on with taking the line there, and these guys are going to extend that little exchange. Jaden still got mirrors full of Rick Sibra here in the Frog League racing car, as he sends one up the inside there, almost, of Jack Anderson in the Legacy Sim Racing entry. And no Legacy, new team, we touched on that a bit earlier on, doing pretty good here at the moment. They're around some pretty seasoned operators at the moment and looking very comfortable.
And yeah, it's when you're around a group of drivers like these ones, where they have been around for a while, they know what they're doing, to come out and be up with them and around them and matching their pace. It's a testament to the quality of drivers we do get through the AOSC. It's a fantastic series that we're all lucky to be involved with. This is Wade Sheedy and this is Rob Bowden, and this battle is still going on.
Yeah, I would have thought for Bowden there, after that little bit of an off-track excursion that he took trying the Joker line, might have hurt him a little bit with the tyres coming back in after being all filled with grass there. But he's got into contention nicely, and we should see him make a move as Jaden Borg tries a move similarly down the inside. They're not quite close enough to get that done on Jack Anderson, who's just placing the Legacy Sim Racing entry nicely around the circuit here. He's going to make it a tough one for Borg to go through, who again thinks about a move into the hairpin, pulls back into line, see what he can do on the exit here. The understeer, though, really starting to set in for these guys. They're struggling for that front end grip, so they might need some bar adjustments coming in to help settle that one down. But Sibra, though, looks very, very comfortable sitting here behind in the frog leap entry.
And all Sibra needs to do is just sit and wait and watch. Doesn't need to do anything, doesn't need to apply too much pressure to Jaden. But if he does, he will definitely have more pace when he gets past, because he's just sitting and observing. And this is the best place for a young guy to be. Just watching and waiting and hoping that that move is going to happen and he's going to get the position. Follow Jaden through. There you go. Not quite this time, but he wants to get that move done. You can see he's right up on the back of the Legacy car now. Really wants to get by Jack Anderson and make his way through further up in this grid.
And that was a great look there off the nose of the frog leap entry, just to see how these guys did position that move. I mean, it took Jaden quite a few laps to get that one sorted and down the inside, and just for his trouble there, a little bit of a lock up into one. Sibra now again looking at an option to see whether he can get past Jack Anderson, but I mean, Jack's really surprised me here. He's got good racecraft in this car, although just has a little bit of a mistake into two there, and does give up that position, which is probably the smart thing to do. Don't need to fight into a battle that might cause you some harm later on, but those guys are going to continue on. Sheedy still with mirrors full of Rob Bowden. Those two have not left each other's side at all, and very, very evenly matched. I did see too, just before we ducked up to this little battle as well, James Scott closing in on 24th and 23rd positions respectively. So yeah, the guys out front really finding the pace compared to the guys a little bit further down.
Times like these, you need a safety car, and times like, yeah, you just need a safety car, because if you keep letting James keep going at that pace, he's going to have lapped half the grid by the time we get to the end of this race. Remember, we're only in the infancy of this race. We're only just past the third race distance. Wade and Rob are not giving heads nor tails. They're wanting this move to go. I mean, it's an endurance race. Do these guys know that?
Well, look, you would like to think so, yes, but you think of what we've seen in seasons past for endurance racing. It's a sprint format now. Everyone is giving it their all, lap in, lap out, to get these cars further through. It's kind of like when you watch supercars now on at Bathurst. You think back 10, 12 years ago to still modern day supercars, it was a very slow race by modern standards, yet the way these cars are built, and obviously, yes, it's a sim and you can flog them to 10 tenths, but the pace is ever quicker all the way around, and it's just the way that the environment has sort of progressed. You can't afford to give up any little ounce of time. You've got to be at 10 tenths the whole way through.
And this is the thing. This is the battle you're seeing between Wade Sheedy and Rob Bowden, is that 10 tenths the whole way through. And they're not giving up. The fantastic view from the back of this car, as you can see. Rob trying to use every piece of road. There's a pass. There's a pass. It's on the outside. It's not going to happen. But it was nice that he committed.
Yeah, I wouldn't discount him here for a move, though. I mean, definitely got the pace on board, and we spoke about it before. No, he's got 20 lap fresher tyres. This is going to be where he gets it done down the inside into the chicane. Sheedy's not going to make it easy for him, though, as he sweeps across the nose. And Rob's got to be wondering, where does he need to send this one to get the move completed? Because 20 lap fresher tyres, you would think he'd be able to get this one done and dispensed with ease.
Yeah, you'd think that would be easy. The ideal person or a strategist would say the way to get past is to go through the pit lane, but I think Rob Bowden wants to get this one done on the track. Here we are looking at his teammate who's caught up in a battle with Brad Ratu and Jordan Gallagher. Anthony Jewell. My apologies. And they're trying through for position 21 and 20 and 19 into turn 1. Oh, the car's just really Constantina up into the turn 1, and this is going to be a move. Rattle gets through Jewel. Does Chris Barnes get through as well? These Team RaceKraft, these are some of the newcomers on the block. They're new to AOSC for 2021, or the season 11 2021. These guys are having a fantastic run. P20 tonight.
Yeah, they've done really well tonight. Both Jewel and Alex Zenke have done a great job getting this car around throughout the race. Haven't really been involved in too much as they've gone through, which is what you want. I mean, and as a result, 8 spots up the road. So from where they started, so good job for them. Down sitting in 20th position at the moment, ahead of some teams that we would expect to see a lot further up the field. In this one. One thing we didn't see though, Nori, following the opening result of what brought out the safety car, we never heard the result of what happened between Ratu and Smart and whether there was an adjudication completed by race control. So we might see if we can find that out to how that one unfolded, because there wasn't a lot of room given on that one, and we know there's a few questions being still asked in the commentary chat around how that one unfolded. So we'll put the question to race control. We'll see if we can find that out. And for the guys in the YouTube chat, we will let you know as soon as possible. Bowden has managed to get himself ahead now, down into turn 1 over Wade Sheedy. That's a nice move. It's been a long time coming for him, and we'll see what he can do now with those fresher tyres as they progress on. Driver we haven't spoke about a huge amount, Nori, though, Ken Latta, up in 6th position at the moment. Todd Haynes from Taipan Eastburst all over the back of him in the 096. This has been a fantastic run for Taipan inside the top 10, and a big swing of form from what we saw from last season for him.
Yeah, these guys are sort of making big gains. Qualified 7th, running 7th. This is, they're just keeping about. And that's all they need to do tonight. They just need to make sure they're in the race. The other DPR car is right up the front, and these guys aren't too far behind.
No, not at all. And between both of these guys for their stops as well, they're both in on lap 41. So 10 laps on the tyres at the moment. Not a lot separating them. And looking at the pace as well, Nori, pretty well, or very, very even. It was a 1:57.48 last time by for Latta, a 1:57.53 for Todd. So not much between either of these guys as they continue to work this little scrap. We've still got a few good battles, and keeping an eye too on Corey Shepherd and the pace that he's got on board. He did manage to get past Brenton Hobson and has been able to check out a little bit. He's got a 2.6 second advantage now in that 4th position, and only a second and a half off the back of Adam Briggs in 3rd. So Corey Shepherd on a really hard charge. He was the quickest car on circuit as well last time by, a 1:56.43, 2/10 quicker than James Scott. So he is a man on a mission.
Yeah, I was going to say James Scott was faster, but then I looked at the sector times and realised that Corey is actually punching well above his weight here. He's trying to get to the front of this motor race. He's trying to get the better edge over James Scott. Riding on board here at the back end of Kenneth Latta's car, looking out at Todd Hayne, Taipan Esports. They're making their way through this iconic circuit. Some fantastic racing's been had here at the Nurburgring over the years, and we're just witnessing one of the E-Series best in the AOSC tonight. Season 11, round 1. This is where it all begins for our journey around the globe. Got Wade Sheedy exiting the pit lane, and we'll be joining the race from, there we go, driver's right, coming out on cue. Well done, Wade Sheedy. And this is Todd Haynes' car following Kenneth Latta, who we're rolling on board with before. These guys are expediting all the pace they can out of this Mustang and Commodore combo. Wade Sheedy just down a lap, trailing them, wanting to get that lap back. He'll need a safety car if he's got any chance of getting that lap back. As we keep circulating through this part of the circuit. These guys aren't the closest battle, but it is one of the most exciting ones to watch at the minute because there is quite a position on for P20. This is Chris Barnes and Anthony Jewell. This battle was brewing a little while ago and it's still brewing now. Chris Barnes looking, putting the nose out, showing it and saying, I'm here, I'm ready to take the position. As they make their way through turn 1. Cars really do like bogging down at the end of turn 1, and you've really got to be a great driver to get the maximum throttle percentage on apex so you can really exit off the corner and fly. It's a bit like the dipper at Bathurst. You don't want to get too tail happy or throttle happy because you'll spin the rear wheels and burn it out.
And yeah, no, these guys are looking very, very racy. And I mean, not been a lot of separation between either of these two for quite a few laps as well, with Anthony Jewell just having a nice bit of a drive here in that Team RaceKraft Motorsports entry. And they're looking very, very good for a good finish as we near the 2-hour mark of this race. Up the front, however, Todd Haynes, Ken Latta, still mixing it up here. Damien Johnson's going to buy him. Oh, is that Damien Johnson? No, that's one of the Premier Racing cars. That's Wade Sheedy just having a sniff at the back. He's not in contention in this fight, just keeping an eye on it. But he's going to have to be careful not to get involved here, as he's definitely the quicker car on fresh tyres. But these two in front, Latta and Haynes, are in for a stellar fight. There's not much separating at the moment, 0.2 of a second as they continue on this fight. And for Sheedy here, he's got the fresh tyres. He's going to want to get past, but at the same point, he doesn't want to be involved and be the cork in the bottle that ruins a battle for the top 5, as we're still seeing track temperatures continuing to fall as we work our way through into the later evening, or later afternoon, sorry, here at the Nurburgring. It's 33 degrees out on circuit as we near 4 o'clock in sim. So continues getting better and better for these guys. And Norrie, what's Todd got to do here if he wants to try and get this one through? We've seen him close on a couple of occasions down into turn 1 there, but around the remainder of the lap, Ken Latta seems to have that little bit of an advantage in the DPR entry.
And that's the one thing the DPR cars have been good, is straight line speed. They really do get down and boogie off a corner and you know, maximise the efficiency of the aero. Todd Hayne really does need to find a way to exploit the corners where he is catching up and getting closer. Really put the fear into Kenneth Latta and see if he can force an error to really get by. Otherwise, he's going to have to think about doing it strategically and getting it done in the pit lane through a pit stop. And that's an easy way to do it, but it's difficult if you can't really match the pace of the straight line of the DPR car.
Yeah, and I think it'd be a pretty bold move to try and start timing the back end of the race at this phase. We're 54 laps into it, 126 still on the clock, and a bit over 2 hours left in this one to unfold. And when both of these cars came in on lap 41, we're only at 13 laps into it. We're not even at half a tank yet from what we've seen from some of these guys pushing 28, 27 laps. There's a car off in the distance, very slow. I didn't see who that was. It might have been one of the back markers. And do you reckon you possibly could play that card of trying to do it at this early point of the race?
Yes.
It is a bold strategy, though.
If I don't sound convinced, it's because there's a fair few laps you've got to get under your belt before that becomes viable in the strategy world, and it might be a fair few laps before that's available to them. Yet it could be a way to go. It could be a way to go. I'm not ruling it out.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll see how it goes through, because I would expect we're going to see a few of these guys really start to consider their strategy options. And if the co-drivers are in the YouTube chat or following along on the YouTube stream or Facebook stream, by all means, jump across over to the Discord without giving too much of your tradecraft secrets away. We'd love to get an idea of how everything is unfolding for you. As we go back to this battle again, it's an awesome little scrap here. Sheedy just hovering in the background. He's a lap down from these ones, so he's not in contention here. Unfortunate for him, though, on those fresh tyres, not able to make anything of it. As we have a look a little further up, Brad Ratu now gets the move done there on David Coleman down into the hairpin, and that's a nice move on the Fishy Motorsports entry as they set off for another one. And while that was all going on, no, we're just seeing or hearing there was a move done between Sibra and Borg tries the drift fashion around the Nurburgring there. Not the quickest way around, definitely the showiest, but not the quickest. And through his effort, loses that spot there to Rick Sibra.
Yeah, I don't condone drifting around this circuit at all. It doesn't seem to be conducive to lap speed.
Yeah, definitely not the way to go. And those guys now have to keep an eye on this. We've got second, third, and fourth in earshot as they work their way up through that Michael Schumacher S to continue this fight. And for these three, it's been a hell of a drive here for Corey Shepherd. We saw him come into contention. He was a long way back, and he has knocked in quickest lap after quickest lap to really cut this difference down. Stokes coming back up through the field. We saw him have that earlier incident in the first stint, and himself and his teammate have driven a phenomenal job to get through Briggs. So with Dyson on board, or Dyson and Briggs on board at the moment, doing a stellar job there, just knocking on the door of second position. And the man on the charge who's been the quickest out of all of them, though, Corey Shepherd, he's pulled the rabbit out of the hat. He has brought this into contention phenomenally well.
Yeah, and this is one of the things when you're at this pointy end of the race, at this pointy end of the leaderboard of this pointy end of the race, you've really got to pull some rabbits out of some hats and pull some tricks, and Dyson's not having a bar of it. He wants this position back. Stokes is not having a bar of Dyson. He wants his position back, and Corey Shepherd's just going to buy in for funsies. Now,
And you love a good Mustang. What are your thoughts if we see a Mustang on a Mustang and a little bit of contact between them?
Mustang versus Mustang versus Mustang. I'm a happy boy if Mustangs are winning. At the moment, they're not winning, so I'm not happy. But let's not let the commentary roles get to my pit reporting skills. Now, a question was asked in the YouTube chat about the Smart and the Ratu incident. I've been chasing Race Control. Race Control has said they've had to make it for a post-race review on that one, so that's something they'll get to post-race. And it's great to have a fresh steward's room, and they're going to do that one post-race. So there you go. There's an answer.
Yeah, it'd be great to see the adjudication on that one in the washout from all of this one, because that was a massive hit for those that remembered it on lap 12 there, where we saw both the 037 and the 033 involved in that. And unfortunately, we also saw the car there trying to think of who was involved in that. Rick Kuznetsov was involved in that one as well, and unfortunately for those guys, that put paid to their run as well. So a little disappointing, but Race Control got a lot on their plate tonight, and going to be out back to have a look at that one. And while we were watching that, Kyle Stokes, first of the blinkers in the lane to get a stop done. That will release Briggs and Shepherd, but they've got to be careful with those couple of lap cars just in front, still having their own little battle.
And this is a battle here, always Sheedy. And is the move going to get done? Is it going to get done? Is he down far enough through the inside? Schroer gets moved a position rearward as Sheedy moves a position ahead. It was a long way around saying he's just lost a position there, wasn't it? So he finds his way into turn one. Just this is from James Scott. I mean, James Scott, 22 seconds in front of the field. Come on, James, pull it back a bit. Give us something interesting to watch down the front.
Yeah, they definitely got the pace in spades. One thing I would love to find out, what happened to Wade Sheedy? He was not that far off the back of this battle, and he has dropped a long way down, as we saw in the clutches there of Michael Schroeder in 25th position. So not sure what happened there. Jamie McKnight, though, now in the lane. We'll see whether he hands off the car back to Varga, and he does. So those guys continuing to work through their driver change cycles that they need to do. We know there's 3 driver cycles that need to be at least completed tonight. That's 2 for those guys, with Varga jumping back on board. But this scrap no for 5th position has been one of the best scraps we've seen so far tonight. Nothing separating either of them. And we're finding a little scrap here where a section of the circuit is better for one. A lot of the circuit is definitely better for the other. And it's only when you get those couple of cars involved in it for the back markers that we seem to see a few other opportunities open up for Todd Haynes here.
Yeah, and this is the hallmark of a great race. When you've got 2 drivers who are going toe-to-toe, flat out, averaging about 250 Ks around this circuit, and they're just, there's nothing between them. They're both just putting in phenomenal laps, time after time, and they're clean laps. And, this will be benefiting Todd Haynes, the Taipan car. He'll be getting a bit of a fuel advantage out of this. Kenneth Latta, he'll be maintaining position, so he'll be happy. And those, the secondary DPR cars, nothing to take them away from being the main DPR cars, but these cars have really come on strong, latter half of last season and now tonight, the beginning of season 11. So it's fantastic to get these guys in the top half of this field. P5 in an AOSC field is not an easy thing to do. These guys have worked phenomenally hard to get where they are, and they deserve every accolade they're getting.
Absolutely, and we don't want to turn away from this battle. We really need to keep an eye on that fight for second position at the moment between Briggs and Shepherd. It's 0.4 of a second between those guys at the moment as well, and Shepherd really getting into a good position here to potentially make this move stick. Did see 2, doesn't scan down the order as well. Jaden Borg was able to get back ahead of Rick Sibra, so that's 22nd and 23rd position. But these fights at the moment between the top 2, as we switch up to that one, thank you, Nick, for that. There is 0.4 separating these guys, and nothing in it at all. And we've seen how good the resilience to pressure is between Adam Briggs, and just how good Corey is at applying it. What do these guys need? What does Corey need to do here to try and set this up? He's got a little bit of lap traffic, which might come into play here in the next lap or 2. Where do you think he's a little bit stronger?
Here. The corners is where they're really finding a bit extra through the corners, and I think it's just because of the braking performance of the other car makes it easier. But this move is going to happen. It's going to happen, and it's about Briggs being awake to it. Dyson's normally in the 72. Briggs has got to be awake to it. Corey's got to make his way around the outside. And so they've got to get around a lapped car. That's not James Scott ahead. Oh, fantastic awareness there from the lapped car. Who was that in
Roger
that
Collis.
car?
That's
Roger
a
Collis.
great positioning.
Absolutely perfect awareness there. Well done, mate. That's worthy of a top pick at the end of this race. But that was Adam Briggs asserting his authority over Corey Shepherd, and Corey Shepherd will not like it. So you can guarantee he'll be looking to assert his authority as we make our way around the circuit.
Yeah, that's a really good example there from from what we've seen over the past with AOSC. We've got 2 very competitive cars in second and third at the moment. The guys are a little bit further down the field. They're in their own race as well. They're doing the best they can to position their car, not impact the flow of the race. And for Roger Collis there, as you say, Nori, you did an outstanding job. Just picked the moment where we could run that little bit wide, didn't impede the fight. I don't think it actually gave any advantage to either of those 2 drivers there, which is great to see. So those guys are pressing on further. Thomas Hinds, though, is back up on the rear bumper here of Luke Rosella. This is 8th and 9th position down into the hairpin there. Very, very close together on circuit, which is good to see. If anything, maybe just a fraction more grip available there to Thomas Hinds. He came in lap 40, so slightly quicker, fresher tyres by 6 laps over that of Luke Rosella. But at this phase of the race, they're looking very, very good to gain another spot here and get themselves nicely cemented inside that top 8.
Yeah, you've got to keep moving with these ones, and Luke Rosella has done a fantastic job in that Synergy car. Just really keeping the pace on and upwards through this series.
Yeah, definitely see another backmarker there, just stepping to the side, just allowing these guys to come through. That's Jack Anderson, not really impeding the flow there, just picking the spot where he needs to move. Matthew Brunt has just jumped back on board and down and away in the 134 Synergy Sim Racing car, so he's not doing too bad, down in 23rd position. So a bit of a tough night for those guys as they continue to work their way through. Keeping an eye here as well, on Brad Ratcher. He's continuing to work his way up through the field, down in 15th position at the moment. Quite a bit quicker compared to those around him, so he's gaining some time here. The next guy up the road, Rob Bowden, who we saw him in a fantastic scrap earlier on with, I think it was from memory, was it Sebastian? No, Todd Parks, I think it was, in the Synergy car. I mean, those guys are very, very even close. So it's a 4-second gap for Ratu here, and he's on a charge at the moment. He was 2/10 quicker last time by, and he'll get back into position. Todd Haynes, though, has managed to get the move done over Ken Ladder, down in through the Mock Schumacher S's there. This is a look at how it unfolded, Norrie, and it all started down at the hairpin there, which has been a great spot to get some good drive out there. And for Ladder, he just runs it exceptionally wide. I don't know whether he just opened the steering or lost the front end mid-corner there or not, but then in the end, that was a very easy pass for Todd to come through on.
It might have been the commentator's curse of when I said the Ladder and the DPR cars had great drive traction. He's just one-upped him there. So it's great for Ladder to be getting that move. That's a bit of a how you going. I don't think there's going to be a Christmas card from Jaden to Rick Sibra this year.
No, a little bit of contact and just for good measure swings it back across the nose there. So no love lost between these two. This has been some great battling for pretty much the whole stint for these guys. There's not been much separating them at all. A little bit of a advantage to Sibra for a couple of laps. The ball comes back through, as you can see there in the timing scoring down the bottom there. Sibra was actually quite a bit quicker last time by compared to Borg, so I think Jaden had a little bit of a moment there that allowed that one to come into contention. As we see Rosella now gets the move back down on Thomas Hinds, who really lights those tyres up on exit of the Suva entry through turn 1 there, Norrie, just struggling to get the power down.
Yeah, Hinds isn't that far into his stint, so I don't know why he's burning tyres at that rate, but it's not advantage to a lap speed for Hinds. Obviously, Luke Rosella loves the fact that Thomas Hinds doesn't want his tyres, and he's going to keep advantaging in the position.
Yeah, absolutely, and that'll play nicely in for those guys. They'll continue to look after those tyres. They've been very good on them so far throughout the course of the event, and they're looking in for a good one. Another good driver, having another good show as well. Anthony Jewell in the team RaceKraft Motorsports entry, now up into 18th position with Stephen Varga ahead of him. And those guys are on for a fantastically good showing tonight. First time out in the series. We'll have a look back at this fight here with Hinds and Rosella. Not much separating either of these two. No, we did miss it as well. We've ticked over the 2-hour mark of this 4-hour event. And I think, mate, while you weren't there for the opening little exchange, the racing since you've joined has been absolutely phenomenal.
I bring a certain kind of flair when I arrive, and the racing's been phenomenal while I've been here. But I'll have to catch up with the first 28 or so laps that I did miss. Unfortunately, that I wasn't here for, but this has been fantastic racing tonight. We have been sport for choice. The amount of drivers that have shown up as Luke Rosella ducks into the pits, we've really got to watch that pin entry line. As we have been sport for choice with the amount of drivers who have turned up for round 1 of season 11 of the best esports racing there is in the AOSC.
Absolutely. So we are hearing tonight too. We have got our first international from Singapore, Simon Texera, on board the car, joining in the 08, the Premier Racing entry tonight. Nice to have him on board, having a good little run there, trying to get back up into the swing of things. Those guys probably not the night that they would have enjoyed, but still fighting on nonetheless. So Sebastian, great to have you out here, mate. Hoping we will see you throughout the championship a little bit further on. No, probably a good chance. Well, we're now 2 hours into this one. We'll quickly dissect the top 10. We'll have a look through them, and might also give a quick mention again to the sponsors. Up front, James Scott, Logitech G Altus, teamed with Sam Blacklock tonight. These guys have been absolutely untouchable since the start of the race. 26 seconds clear of the field. Up now into second place, Corey Shepherd will quickly duck back to that move once we've cycled through, but he's now brought the Premier Racing car of team entry 017 up into second position. Adam Briggs into third position, and we'll quickly have a look at how this one unfolded. So quick through the Schumacher S's for both of these guys. Corey with a really nice run there, and then just sends it down the inside. I think Briggs knew that he had the measure there, and just opened the door, lets him slip through, and a nice easy pass for them. Adam Briggs, as we touched on, back in that third spot. Brenton Hobson still on board the 88. He's having a very strong run tonight, up in fourth position for Synergy Sim Racing. In fifth, we have Todd Haynes, who we've touched on quite a lot tonight for Taipan Esports, in fifth position, the 096. He's now managed to build himself a little bit of a margin now over Ken Ladder, who has dropped back down into sixth spot for the Alka Holders DPR entry there. They gained a couple of spots along the way. Thomas Hinds in seventh position, 11 spots gained from him since the start of the race in the Henry James Racing team entry, and it's been a good strong showing for these guys as they press on tonight. In eighth now, Kyle Stokes, after having the earlier little incident where we nearly saw him make collision with Brian Borg into that final corner. They're out of sequence at the moment, but sitting nicely down in eighth position, and they're looking for a good solid finish to this event. Jamie Dyke for Fishy Motorsports doing a stellar job in ninth position, and a team that's really come on song very nicely in the first race, season 11 here tonight, and we're looking for big things for those guys as they continue on for this one. And then Todd Parks for Synergy Sim Racing, the 95 entry, up 14 spots from where he started in that car, and they've pressed on quite nicely. Still plenty of time for them to get themselves up inside the top 10. And now that we've tucked through them, we'll quickly touch base again with the series sponsors who have come on board to help for the championship as well. And it's a massive shout out to the return of Jinx Shifters and new partners coming on board as major sponsors in RaceKraft Simulations. It's awesome to have those guys on board. And again, thank you to Jinx Shifters as well for returning for another season to partner the series as well. Simrigs.com also returning, along with AJ Insurance, Race Circuit Art Australia, Acuta Solutions, and Track Cams for Gourmets. Fantastic to have those guys all partnering with the series to continue to bring the fantastic television that you're seeing tonight. And if we switch back to the racing at hand, up front, Corey Shepherd still got Adam Briggs all over him. They've just managed to get past Anthony Jewell in that Team RaceKraft Motorsport entry, who didn't really present too much of an issue being the back marker there. But his fight for second is really starting to heat up now. Briggs has almost got himself a little bit of a second wind after having given up second position there to let Corey Shepherd come through. He's just cooled those tyres off again, and he's coming back hard for a charge.
Yeah, these guys up the front are having a good battle. We'll get your timing tower back up, and we'll show you the exact length of where they are. This is 27 seconds behind the leader for Corey Shepherd and Adam Briggs. But this dice is really where it is, because Briggs has got points to prove. So does Shepherd. Both of these drivers are challenging, well, they were challenging in the latter half of last season for a position in the top 5. And you can see they've started off the season with the exact same expectations of themselves, really wanting to get up the front end of this field and put some points on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just think how good it would be if, as much as I know James and Sam would hate to see it, they'd hate a safety car right now, but if we got a safety car at this point, recondense the field back up with the pace that the top 3 are running at, and we're all seeing them in and out of the 156s, we would be on for an absolutely cracking race to this one. Unfortunately, these guys did fall away a little bit earlier on, and as you can see, the gap has extended quite a ways out. But the pace that Corey and Adam and Brenton, to that extent as well, have been able to get out of these cars on their own and in their own outright pace has been absolutely fantastic and well and truly on par with what we're seeing from Logitech G at the moment.
I don't think you're wrong there, Dan. James and Sam would not like it, but I think the viewer and ourselves up here in the commentary box, we would love a safety car to cleanse this field, really tie down that gap, and really see what Briggs and Corey Shepherd can do if they were right on the back bumper of that Logitech G AOSC esports car. It's really the class of the field at the moment, the benchmark of the field. These guys may be running second and third, but they are no doubt lesser than the Logitech G AOSC car. They are doing a phenomenal effort just to stay where they are.
Absolutely, and yeah, the racing has been top notch nonetheless. Surprisingly, though, if you look at the timing and scoring board, the top, well, the first of our lap down cars is down in 13th position with Christian Smart. I mean, those guys have had a great drive so far tonight, but to see, as far down as, or as high up the field as now 13th being a lap down, really goes to show just how much of a difference there is in pace between all of these teams and the way they set up and get the most out of these cars. Admittedly, Smart was involved in that big incident with Brad Ratu, and those guys used the fast repair up, got back underway, however, but it'll be great to see that safety car and re-allow these guys maybe to pick up that lap and cycle their way back through. As we have a look back here at Ben Christensen and Brian Cooper, 25th position. It's hard to believe we're talking about 25th here at the Noro. These guys are scrapping as if it's first and second.
Yeah, Ben Christensen's always going to throw a move whenever there's one available. Adam Briggs looks like he's going to throw a move when one's available.
Oh, he sneaks one up the inside.
Oh,
great driving from both of those guys to not come in contact. Briggs with the opportunistic move down the inside there.
Absolutely spot on, Dan.
There was not much in it.
Corey was well awake to that move happening, and Briggs really put the nose exactly where it was going to be. So these guys had a great dice through that corner. Corey will be awake to the fact that Briggs wants this position. Briggs will be awake to the fact that Briggs wants this position. He will not live and try and get this one done. Remember, he's got his teammate Andrew Dyson cheering him on. He will be wanting to get this one done as well. Bradley Ratu getting the move done on Rob Bowden. A bit of a lock up someone ahead there into turn one. Nice smooth move from Brad Ratu. The EXG car making a great move through the field.
Yeah, those guys have had a pretty hard fought night tonight after that the big incident. They've worked their way back up through the field as we got a car around at almost the same spot as where that unfolded. We didn't see who was involved in that one, as Briggs now with a big lunge trying to get down the inside. Shepherd very defensive, just parks the car in the middle of the road there, sets up nicely and gets back underway. These two are throwing everything at it. They found the kitchen sink in the car somewhere and getting on with business. So let's see what they're able to do. So we just jumped back to see that spin at the moment. So it was Henry King in the Team Jinx Shifters entry there. And he just gets it around, lights it up on the exit there, just spins it around for good measure. A little bit of a go backwards. Not the celebratory burnout that he should be doing or probably wants to do at this point, but just lights it up, gets back around, and no harm, no foul. He's on the way. But no, this fight for second. Where do these guys need to think about positioning the car if they want to get through?
This move will probably be done in the pit lane. Just the cold hard facts of these guys and the intensity they're racing at. Remember, Corey is, his championship runner-up, and he's got a point to prove. Briggs was in the top 5 in the championship, but it was Andrew Dyson who was higher up the field. So perhaps they're saving their driver Dyson to be in the car at the end of this race.
Well, yeah, and I mean, from what we've seen between both Briggs and Dyson, two very, very evenly matched drivers, and similarly that Corey and Brian are very equal. There's a move down into turn in the final corner there. Briggs just locks the rears up and slides through there. Fortunate not to collect the back of Shepherd, but not leaving anything on the table as they press on with this fight here. No, for the betting man, when do you come in for the stop? We've already seen the guys look to extend around to lap or 30 laps for it. We're 28 laps into this stint here. Do you think about coming in now, try and get that undercut and move through?
Yes. If you wanted to have a run, you would put Dyson in the car, you'd put Borg in the car, and it would play out well for the Simrigs DPR team. Premier would probably not have a great run, but remember they'll put Corey back in this car towards the end of this race. So it'll come back to them as the race comes to them. Another fantastic back marker there, just getting out of the way, sliding on by, and letting this move play on at the front.
Yeah, well, it was Michael Schroeder just stepping to the side to let this one fight on. Kyle Stokes, Thomas Hinz continuing their little scrap for 7th position at the moment. Just trying to see who that is in the background. I think that might be Jamie Dye, maybe. Actually, no, lap down car just getting in the mix there. As again, the top two back into contention. We've got another lap back marker just stepping to the side. Good awareness, just lets this fight press on. And for Briggs here, he is looking at every opportunity to try and come through. I thought Corey a lap ago might have maybe overcooked those tyres. Was struggling a little bit with turn in. We're seeing it again on exit there, just lighting up the tyres and a little bit of counter steer just to correct the car and get it through. So he's using all those tyres there. And Briggs is just applying that pressure. He's really forcing Corey into a vulnerable state here. It's again down through the middle of the road, backing it up. See what he's able to do is he slides it off and fires into the lane. James Scott also in the lane as well. Briggs now needs to put the lap of his life in if he wants to try and jump.
Now Briggs is going to be, he's either going to be on struggle street or he's going to look like a champion. However this one plays out, I reckon the former is the way it's going, however.
Look, let's not take nothing away from them. They did finish 3rd in the championship, admittedly, behind Corey Shepherd. So we know how quick both these guys are. We'll see whether Shepherd stays on board this car as it now ducks into the box and whether there's a change. Sam Blacklock is going to take back over the number 1. It looks like Borg will also get back aboard the 017, so change co-drivers for both of those entries. Briggs pressing on pretty well at the moment. It's a green sector for him so far through. He's not looking good. I don't know if it's enough, though, to get him ahead when the pit stops cycle through as Borg now stationary still in the lane. And we'll see what he sits there and takes because it's a long fuel stop for these guys. We saw Blacklock down and away, 26 seconds stationary, which isn't a full tank of fuel going into that car. For Borg, it's still stationary here, Norrie. 45 seconds. He's down and away now. That's a long stop.
That's a long stop. Borgie has experience. He knows what he's got to do to get up to the front of this field and use those tyres and fuel he's got in that car to get out his minimum laps and put Corey back in the car. He knows he's got a fast gun of a co-driver, so he'll be looking to get him back in the car. Brian knows what he's got to do. He knows how he's got to do it. So I don't think he'll be feeling the pressure on this one.
No, potentially not. One team I am interested just to keep a look at here, and I'm just looking through the timing and scoring at the moment. Kyle Stokes in the 143. They came in on lap 56. It was a 26-second stop for those guys. Not a full tank of fuel to get that car home, all said and done. When we see the guys around doing 44s, 45 seconds of stationary time as Briggs now brings his car in, you've got to expect these guys are maybe trying to backplay the race already.
Do they put Dyson in that car? Do they come out ahead of Corey Shepherd? We will find out in a matter of minutes.
On board now, so driver change has gone through. Hobson still on board the 88. That's an interesting change of events there for those guys as well, Norrie.
Yeah, this is Brian Borg's making his way up through to the back of the chicane on the back of the circuit. Is Dyson down yet? Uses the motocross road. Goes around the hairpin. Doesn't look like it's been an advantage. Dyson. It's advantage Borg as they come out of the lane. Down the front. It's advantage Borg as he's just at the exit. There they are. I would actually say that was fairly even because it's advantage Dyson.
Wow, what a move for both of those cars. So it was the second quicker stationary time there for Dyson. They got that car down and away 44.02 seconds compared to Borgie 45.43. So that little bit of an advantage on the pit stop, Norrie, played out nicely for them. But there wasn't much when they got down to turn one, was there?
There was nothing at all in it. And I think the fact that Dyson sort of came out of the pit lane but had a bit more extra track and Borg had to go around Dyson. That was what held him back, and yeah, Brian's got to find a way to fight his way back to past Dyson to give Corey a real shot at this race.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that we're already so not even half a lap into this one. We're already seeing Dyson with a little bit of an advantage as they work their way around here. That gap, 0.6 of a second. So I mean, it's not crazy at this point in time. We'll expect to see those guys really just hover around each other as they continue on. Surprisingly, Sam Blacklock, when he got down and away, he has just gone quickest lap again, a 1:55.65. So they're not messing around either. It was a fast stop for those guys. Purple Sector 1, they are continuing to eke little bits of performance out of this car as the race progresses.
That's really what you need to do in an endurance race. You do need to find the little tiny pieces through the race as it goes on. What works here? What works there? How can I work this car better? And keep evolving your strategy as you evolve your car and evolve your race, because it's a long one. It's an endurance race. These aren't sprints, but they turn into sprints from time to time.
Well, that's it. And while we're keeping an eye on these two, let's not forget about what's going on there with Kyle Stokes. He's up in second position. It was a 26-second stop for him on lap 56, so a very short stop for those guys. We expect they're probably starting to back time this race already, see where that finishes them up. But this is a nice drive from these guys. They've got a little bit of clear air there, 7 or 8 seconds off the back of Blacklock. A little bit of an advantage then over the guys behind. So this is theirs for the taking if they can make this strategy work.
And I think Blacklock having that advantage over the field is beneficial to him, because he just has to go out and drive the car. Doesn't have to set the world on fire, doesn't have to set record, but he just has to drive the car. And you can see him doing that by putting in a purple lap. It's the fastest lap of the race to 1:55.65. So Sam Blacklock is just driving the car.
A little bit further down again, we're seeing Linsell now having taken over the 554. He's on the back of Christian Smart for 7th position. This is going to be a nice little fight between these guys. Jaden Borg, or the Dakota Sim Sports entry behind there, not in this scrap. That is a lap down car. Greg Sharp's back on board that one there, so they're out of position at the moment. But the fight for 8th or 7th position is really starting to heat up. This is going to be a great little scrap. Surprisingly, they're down into the brake zone though. Linsell just flowing the car nicely, not using a lot of throttle. He's very gentle and trying not to excite those tyres as he works his way down the back straight.
Yeah, he's got to have enough pace to get by Christian Smart if Christian makes an O for him, but Linsell's got to be able to get through and make the gap. It's close enough now through the hairpin. Does he get a better drive? These EPR cars have had good drive.
Well, that's it. They're looking really sharp here at the moment, and if he continues on this move, it'll be a matter of time before he gets one down the inside. He fires it from a long way back. See whether he can sneak it down. A little bit of contact between the two there. Smart's going to hold on to this one as they come out. And Linsel is trying his damnedest to get the move down the inside. So there's a great little scrap there. We're also seeing some awesome comments in the chat. Mr. McKnight with the comment of the night, the super coach, or the super commentator Norrie. Blacklock just driving the car. Where do you find it, mate? Where do you find it?
Oh, McKnight, he's giving me some high praise there. I couldn't do it without my speech coach.
Words from super commentator. That's back on board. That brings back memories of the 12th man there. For those who get the reference, I love it. It's fantastic. As this fight presses on, down in 7th position, down through the hairpin there. Linsel just having a look at the options. See what he is able to do. Glenn Postlewaite now has Mirrorsful in 14th position there. He's got Tyson McAvoy back on board the 037 after getting past on Tyson McAvoy. So he's taken over from Brad Ratu, pressing on nicely as I have a little chuckle at the comments from Mr. McKnight. He glad someone picked up on the reference of some super commentator. But no, this fight here, this is going to be going on for this whole stint, I think. We're not going to see much between either of these two. Not too sure where we need to look to find the opportunity for both of these. Linsel, though, thinks about it down the inside, close, just as the camera cuts away. I don't think he got the move done. He's definitely going to be in for a good shot down into turn one as we're back on board. The cameras are going crazy. And this is a drag race down into turn one here, Norrie. If you're Linsel, you park it in the middle of the road just as he's doing on the white lines and gets that move taken away. Greg Sharp thinks about getting involved in this one in that Coda Simsport Centre. He's a lap down on these guys, so doesn't need to be in the mix for it. But looking very, very racy, trying to work his way through these two as well.
You would, if you were Sharp, you would buy into it. But yeah, that move was going to be great at the hairpin. Shame we didn't see it, but it was going to be great. Here's a statement, Dan. It's a statement. Safety car. If it happens now, who's a happy camper? Who's unhappy?
Well, look, if you're... let's have a think on this one. Look, it's pretty obvious to say. If you're a happy man if you're the guys in the Logitech G Altus #1 Commodore, both Sam Blacklock and James Scott. They are sitting pretty at the moment. The one thing they don't want is a safety car. That being said, we've already seen it before. If they do get it, we know they can pull away as this one progresses on. I think the guys who really want it, though, Kyle Stokes, as we said, very short pit stop for those guys, brings them into contention. The guys I think that could also play nicely into as well would be the likes of Linsel and Smart, who we're seeing having a very good scrap further down the field. I think it then becomes a really interesting proposition, though, for the likes of Dyson and Borg, how they want to play it, because we know we've got to get through a minimum driver change. It's three stops for the guys to get through. We know that at this point in time, it looks like all the guys are tracking pretty well on the driver stint numbers. I think the challenge then becomes, who do you throw in, and do you try and deviate from that strategy between the DPR Simrigs entry and Premier as to who you want to stick in the car at that point?
Exactly, and that's the thing. You've got to have the right driver in the right car. The right driver in the right car. That's number one. You've got to have the right driver in the car at the right time, and you've got to make sure that your driver you can put in that car is going to be capable of carrying out that strategy play. If you've got Borg in the car, you do not want him up against someone like Dyson, and that's happening right now. You do not want Borgie trying to battle through Dyson, because Borgie has a head on his shoulders and he will try and get this move done. But Dyson is just that little bit faster. Borgie's a top 10 player, we know he is. But Dyson's the top 5 player.
Yeah, well, let's see how they want to run this out, because from what we saw at the end of last season, let's not forget Dyson did claim third in the championship. Porgy down in fifth there. So we know at this point there is a little bit of disparity between the outright pace between these two, and we're starting to see that as this stint progresses on. Dyson has been able to extend the margin just a hair here. It's 1.8 seconds between these guys. The lap times are pretty evenly paced. It's a 3/10 advantage last time by in favour of Andrew Dyson there. He managed to rattle off a 156.83 comparative to a 157.1 there for Porgy. So the pace definitely in favour there of Dyson. And no, we said it a little bit last season, and we said it a bit tonight as well. Probably between the two, the closest driver pairing of, let's talk about, we'll say the top two at the moment, effective top two, is Dyson and Briggs. They are within a couple of tenths of each other as far as pace goes. Take nothing away from Borger. I mean, he's doing a stellar job just knocking in the laps, keeping that car in contention. And as long as he can do that, he sets Corey up for an awesome run home.
You're not wrong there, Dan. Having Borgie in the car, he knows what he's got to do, because Corey is a fantastic driver and he will make up the deficit. But if you're looking for an AA pairing, the AA pairing is definitely Dyson and Briggs. So,
well, yes, I would agree. That was what we were just saying. Come on, Norrie, headed the game, man. But no,
I know that was your point.
No, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. I really think, we pull that safety car in. We don't want to get it out there, but if it comes out, I think it's going to really open up some interesting things. It's going to be interesting to see the way the guys cut through the field, where they want to go through, and I'm sure when that comes out, think about all the comments we can get. I know Mr. McKnight is thinking about some of the ways we can dissect that one and run them through the field. I'm sure it'll be like a hot curry.
Thought I gave him a pearl when I said head on his shoulders.
Further down the field, having a look here, Jack Anderson still currently on board the 120, the Legacy Racing entry. He's just going to have a move there put on him by the 2.5. So Ben Christensen a lap ahead of those guys. Anderson is chasing down the yellow car ahead of Matthew Morty for Fishy Motorsports. They are not looking too bad, down in 27th position, 4 spots up from where they started. So good run for those guys. A bit over a second advantage in favour at the moment, but we'll see Christensen come through, and that should bring that gap a little bit closer. What we might do though, we'll quickly jump to the track cams. We'll have a look at all the cars going through. We'll turn up the sound. Well, we'll keep an eye on this and watch it all unfold as the Christensen
go on board a lap. Let's see Ben Christensen. Oh, hang on. Let's see Andrew Dyson as he curves his way through the back markers. That was a lap with Andrew Dyson. As we saw, he took a bit of a Corey Shepherd line through the back end of the section of the circuit there, Dan.
Yeah, it was an interesting run there. He got a very squirrely run through there. I don't know whether he's been. I wouldn't say it's the Corey Shepherd school of thought. I'd say it's probably more the Norrie school of thought. Just run it a little bit ragged. There's more grip on the outside there, and he's watched it rung. So he's pressing on nicely there. He's got a little bit of lap traffic ahead, which we don't think is going to be too much of an issue there for him. It's Ben Christensen just ahead there in the 2.5 entry. So keep an eye on those guys working their way through. One guy who is working his way through the field, Sam Blacklock, going through them like a hot curry. These guys are pressing on nicely out front. 17-second advantage now over Kyle Stokes. When we saw the pit stop cycles through, that was down to 9 seconds at one point in time. So they are finding some very good pace still in that car. Last time through, one of the quickest car out on circuit. It was a 156.13 Norrie. They are not loosening the reins at this point in time.
No, Sam's doing a fantastic job. He's lucky the front end of his car hasn't fallen off, as he just keeps driving the wheels off the thing. And we look back here, Ben Christensen, he is trying to get some moves done. Ben's been in the sim racing game for a while now. He knows how to get a move done, and is pretty clearly done through Matthew Brunt there, and moves his eyes forward to Wade Sheedy. That car ahead is 72, Andrew Dyson. So that's going to be an easy move on Wade Sheedy for Ben Christensen. He's just ticking them off as they go by right now.
Oh, he is, and we just had a call over the race control just to double check some of the use of the blue flags there from the 72. So just trying to, they're getting a little bit concerned, just trying to work their way through some of the lap traffic there. It's, everyone's still trying to run the real estate there. I can understand where they're coming from, trying to work their way through. Everyone's trying to find their own piece of real estate to press on. We can now have a look at Kyle Stokes. He's now got trying to see who that is in front. I think that might be Henry King. Just ahead there, we've got another slow car off to the side of circuits. He's going to have to be cautious here not to get caught up in that, down the inside into the hairpin. Makes that move nice and easily as they press on with the remainder of this lap. Kyle Stokes doing a really strong job here. The pace hasn't fallen away in that car at all. It is very light on fuel. We know they only got half a tank worth of fuel in that one, and they're really trying to make a good advantage here as they continue on with this stint.
Yeah, Scott Griffith was the car that was just pulled over there, the back marker that let them all through, so it was a great heads-up driving from Scott Griffith there. This is Kyle Stokes, and he is trying to stamp his authority on this race, because we've been talking about Andrew Dyson and Brian Borg and Corey Shepherd and Adam Briggs. We haven't been talking about Kyle Stokes. He really does need to stamp his authority and put his Synergy Sim racing car towards the front end of this totem.
I mean, they've fought through a little bit of adversity tonight. They had that big moment in the opening, would have been, I think it was lap 4, where they caught themselves out a little bit up on the berm there, nearly took out Brian Borg in the 017, that final corner there. Managed just to arrest the speed, and at the end, they threw themselves out a little bit there and got their way back in from outside the top 10. So it's been a nice run there, nice use of strategy to pull the car up. Did just make a little bit of a moment there down into turn 1, however.
Yeah, he's locking up here he's locking up here, there and everywhere, as we see, running deep into turn 1, the brake locking up into turn 3. Is Kyle starting to feel the pressure?
I wouldn't say he's really feeling the pressure there. I think he's just pressing on quite nicely as we dragged back just a couple of cars into another little fight here. These guys are a lap off the pace at the moment, so don't worry about Kyle Stokes just ahead there. But Craig Anspach and Tyson McAvoy, these guys still getting on with business, down in 15th position at the moment. As we've seen earlier, Norrie, the tank cars have been very, very good, even running wide on the tyres, taking your school of thought there, use all the road and then some. They haven't really gone away too far in pace, and this is a good showing from them as well. and over there with a little bit of mic trouble. Keep an eye on this one though. Anspach looking pretty comfortable in that 16th position. He was a little bit quicker last time by as the guys worked their way through the traffic just ahead there of Stokes. Not going to be too much in the way here, but Anspach is looking pretty decent. They came in lap 66, so nearly 20 laps into this stint. We'll keep an eye on that and see how they cycle their way through. Further down the field, we've got Greg Sharp here in the Penrite Coda Sim Sports entry there, just on the back of Anthony Jewell in the Team RaceKraft Motorsports entry. Norrie, these guys, we've said it a few times tonight, they are having a very good run.
Yeah, if you're going to make your debut at AOSC, you want to make it where you're going to have a great run, and these guys are having a fantastic run. The Coda Sim Sports car was just a little bit taily through that corner there, and it sort of sucked them both off the road.
Yeah, it did, and we're seeing these guys get into some good exchanges. This will be a good yardstick measurement for them. You know, Greg's been in this championship for as long as I can remember back in the days, so a very seasoned competitor and knows his way around a supercar. So for the likes of Anthony Jewell and the Team RaceKraft entry, this is a good pairing for them. I'm looking forward to seeing how they get on as the series progresses when we jump into the 150s and the 350k events in the next few rounds.
It's definitely going to be a great, this one, right, as you said, rightfully so, is a great yardstick against someone as well first in this series as Greg Sharp in his 102nd race of AOSC. Bit of a lock-up from Anthony Jewell through that corner there. Even Kyle Stokes has done that. But, yeah, to see how these Coda car backs off.
Yeah, I think that was just a shift issue. Couldn't get the car in gear there. That will... does that move up? I don't think... No, Loxton's out of position on these guys. So actually, that might have been a smart move from Greg there. He saw the blue flag there. He lets Loxton through. And then he tries to settle in the draft and see whether he can pull himself through as a result of that one. That's a smart piece of driving. And as you say, 102 races in the books for Greg there. He's using the brain power to pull this one off.
Yeah, I just wondered why the YouTube chat got quiet all of a sudden, noticing that in P16, Jamie McKnight is back in the car. Now we can make fun of him again.
Well, yes. I'll leave that to you, Norrie. You're the super commentator, as you were.
Mid-pack Jamie back in the car. P16, filling up to his name. P17, filling up to his name. This is Nicholas Timores. He is running wide, but he's also having a great run. End of last season, beginning of this season, he's making 23rd, and Barnes is the car behind him. 2 laps down. Delaney ahead of him is Delaney's the Fishy Motorsports car ahead of him on screen.
And a wiggle there just for Delaney as well on the exit.
Yeah, one of the issues with having this many cars on a lap this long is that James Scott's overtaken nearly half of them. So the blues and reds on the timing board are a bit confusing.
Yeah, it's surprising just how quick the top 10 have been out here tonight. It's been a great show. We're 2 hours, 40 minutes into this one, 83 laps down of 126 here tonight for race 192 and the first race of the season here for AOSC season 11. It's been an awesome showing so far up and down the field. The one safety car that we've seen so far tonight, unfortunately didn't see the safety car out. We did get the first virtual safety car of the event, and the racing since then has been absolutely phenomenal. As we watch Blake Delaney just sticking the nose of the Fisher Motorsports car ahead. A little further through the field though, McAvoy is still fighting on here with Craig Anspach. The car in behind is out of position. That's Aaron Gilbert, the Henry James Racing car. So they are a lap down behind these guys as well. So we don't expect to see them getting themselves up in and amongst the mix. But for McAvoy and Ratu, it's been a very storied night as we've covered so far through the race. Good to see them still pressing on. They haven't given up, down in 15th position. And you've got to feel for these guys. imagine where they'd be if they weren't involved in that incident earlier on, Norrie.
Yeah, no one likes to get caught up in incidents, and it's not great when it happens. But if you can avoid them, try to.
So we've got Christian Smart also jumping in the lane. So this will be the 4th stop for these guys. It's a very early one on for them. Norrie, not expecting they can get the cars home at this stage. We're still looking at nearly 43 laps at this point to get the cars home. That's a tall stretch in anyone's ask.
What was that? 43 laps?
43.
43 laps. Yeah, so 28. If you take in 28 from the next stop, yeah, you still need to stop twice.
You still need another stop.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hard call to do that one. If you're starting to backdate the race, this is about the time to start thinking about it. When do you make that undercut? When do you make that call? When do you decide to do it? Because we've only got what, 50 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and thereabouts. We're about 14 minutes shy of the 3-hour mark, so we should get this race comfortably in the books here. I mean, the fact it's been green for as long as it's been out here tonight with the caliber of the field that we've had has been absolute testament to all the drivers. We have seen a few unfortunate issues and a few guys unfortunately retire as a result of that. But all in all, I mean, far less incident than we probably initially anticipated. But that being said, Norrie, there's been some absolutely standout door-to-door racing put on show here tonight. I mean, think about some of the incidents we've seen down into turn 1 with Lintzell and Smart there getting into a pretty good ding-dong. We were on board for that one as they came through. But the guys being able to redress and get back in and fight another day was fantastic.
Yeah, we've had some really great battles across the length and breadth of this field. There have been some drivers who have been returning to form and drivers who have been, absent for a while. They've come back to join us and they've picked up right where they've left off. Fantastic driving across the field tonight. Like I've always said, AOSC is one of the premier grounds for racing in this world of esports and of supercars, and we're pretty blessed to have the drivers we do in this series. We've got some fantastic names. One such name is Nicholas Timoris as he goes down past Jordan Gallagher and gets that move done.
Yeah, it's been a good, strong battle. I'm really looking forward to the next race. So we are going to have a couple of weeks off between this round and the next round. But Norrie, it's a new circuit for everyone next time out. We're a 150k event at the newest road course on the iRacing service. We're off to Chicago. That will be a very interesting one. It's a very simple circuit when you look at it from the track map, but I'm not sure about yourself whether you had a chance to turn a lap there or not. It's deceptively difficult to try and get the most out of the cars.
One of the best things about Season 11 of AOSC is being stuck in the commentary box. And no, I haven't turned a lap at Chicago, but my God, I know I love a street circuit as much as the next man. I'm sure you love a street circuit as well, Dan. But Chicago is going to be a challenge for these drivers.
Oh, look, you know me, I love a good circuit. A street circuit. Got a chance to have a run last time out at Long Beach, and that in itself was phenomenal. I mean, one of the hardest circuits to come to and have a run, but I mean, if you can do well at a street circuit, you can do well generally at all of them, as we see here. Anthony Jewell now looking to hold off the charge here of Brent Nishke, probably racing the 066 entry. Get a look at the image there on the side. We'll see whether he makes the move down into turn 1 here. He's got a nice draft. Will it be the late send into turn 1? Sends the nose out, fires it in from a long way back, and gets it pulled up on the dime, pulls it in, gets the apex, back out. Nice move there, Norrie.
Yeah, perfect move. Textbook, I would call it. Anthony Jewell, very awake to it and very alert to it. I can't keep commending these guys highly enough. First race in the series and is already, alert and awake to moves like that. Commendable effort. Brenton Nishke is, moving his car further forward and doing a fantastic job of that. Made it clear what his intention was, and has kept pressing on with it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've had their own little struggles here tonight, but getting on with it nonetheless. So we'll watch these guys continue on this fight. I think this is a good chance here now for Anthony Gill possibly to look at coming back at an option. If he can hang in tight there as he just runs a little bit deep there into the hairpin, he's in with a good shot here. They've managed to gain themselves 8 spots since the start of the race, which is no mean feat in itself. I mean, they're one of the 4 big movers up through the field so far. So pressing on nicely, and just quickly to have a look at the big movers that have gone up through the field at the moment. As we say, Anthony Gill, 8 spots gained. Brett Loxton, 11 spots with himself and Thomas Hinds in the Zuva entry. The next big one has been Glenn Postlethwaite. They gained 12 spots. And then the big mover of the night, much like we saw at the end of last season, Norrie, Michael Taliancic, 24 spots gained from 34th on circuit up into 10th position. Again, hell of a drive for these guys. We see 2 cars around. He splits them both, and I know behind we had our race leader not that far in behind these guys as well. So we'll have a look at what that was all about. Here's a quick look at the replay. Thank you, Mr. Hauser, for that. The 08 120 involved in this one. Through that final corner, a little bit of hip and shoulder, and they just run each other out of room, and straight through the middle in the 2.5. Who was on board that? That's Jordan Geller that slips through the inside.
Yeah, I was going to say Mickey T got 2 positions for 1 there as he split the middle of them. There's also James Scott, Sam Blacklock, my apologies, got through at the middle of that one as well. So brilliant avoidance from everyone in that position to be, able to get through that. And I'm not quite sure why that incident happened. It just looked like it was a bit awkward.
Yeah, it was a little bit clumsy, just everyone just running each other out of room, and a little bit of the hip and shoulder, just trying to think what they could do. So looks like everyone's got back underway. I think Race Control will have a look into that one just to see what they can adjudicate with that, and press on. No, interesting though, we did see the pit stop before for Jordan Ross. He jumped back on board, taking over from Kyle Stokes. They set the quickest middle sector last time by, 22.54 for them. They are on with a good charge here.
Yeah, well, we said it as we were approaching that last round of pit stops. They need to make a good run, and this is their good run. They're making it.
Yeah, they're definitely coming back into contention here. We need to keep an eye. We've got a very slow moving car. The 26th. The 067, Michael Schroeder down in 26th position. He's got the car back underway, thankfully, but they had a little bit of an incident down off the middle portion of the stadium section there. We'll have a look back to see what unfolded here. So it's a nice initial turn in, nothing too major there. Gets back to directional change, and then just loops it around. It's a couple that we've seen, and then it's a bit of a hard lick into the wall there. So hit it pretty square. We don't expect any steering damage, but very uncharacteristic. Although we might not have steering damage, definitely got engine damage.
That's the worst kind of damage you can get in a race car.
Indeed. Yeah, that won't be too great. I'm sure we could, I'll leave that one though. We gave you enough of a ribbon on that one last season.
Okay.
But it's not what they want, and hopefully they've still got the quick repair in the car there. They can get that one back underway. As we see Jordan Ross now just gets the move completed there on Michael Schrader down into the hairpin. Schrader not offering up too much challenge. He's on quite a lot older tyre compared to these guys. So Schrader 4 lap old tyres at the moment compared to Schrader 23 or 27 lap old tyres. So it's pretty big disparity there.
Sector 2 and Sector 4 purple on the last lap for Mr. Jordan Ross.
Yeah, this is kind of the Jordan Ross of old. We saw that quite a few times come out last season. Very, very quick there. And good to see him back at that sort of level again as he works this car around. We still expect maybe a short splash and dash for those guys to get that car home, depending on whether there's a safety car or not, but we'll wait to see how that unfolds. Brian Borg up in third position. He's had a pretty solid stint this one, that must be said. Norrie hasn't really fallen away too far. The gap between himself and Dyson did extend out to 7 seconds. We think back, we saw the pit stop cycle through it. I mean, they were door to door on the run into turn one when Dyson got down and away and back into action. So, yeah, it's been a very competitive run for both of these guys.
We knew Borgie would lose a little bit, and that's exactly what he has lost, a little bit. There's not much there that, I wouldn't call that a substantial gap, certainly 7 seconds. When you've got a Corey Shepherd in your toolbox to throw at the race for the last sector, or for the last stint, you probably would be able to lose 7 seconds and be okay with it, because Corey's quite fast. He'll get that back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when Corey was in the car, we saw those guys heavily down in the 6-second bracket. So we know this car's got a huge amount of pace, and we'll look to see these guys continue to work their way through. Jordan Gallagher, the 25, we saw him split those two cars a little bit ago on the back section there. He's still pressing on nicely tonight, down in 22nd position. He's got Chris, actually it's one of the Fishing Motorsports cars, a little out of sequence, the 080 behind him. So that's Michael Whiting a lap ahead, so won't offer up too much resistance there. But a little bit further up, Steve Kokosch in the 134 for Synergy Sim Racing. So he's in his own little battle here. He's not going to want to hold Michael Whiting up too much, but yeah, not a bad scrap for these guys.
Not a bad scrap at all. They're doing a great job of their position back in 22nd, and Kokoschki up there at 21st, and Michael Whiting will have to make his way through. It's going to be a pretty simple pass, like you say, not too much resistance. He's even run it just a little bit wide there to help out Whiting.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I wouldn't have thought really Jordan needed to do too much in that one. If anything, just lift off a little bit early, let him coast through and press on. He kind of made it a little bit harder for himself than he needed to maybe there, and lost probably a second or so as he worked his way back onto circuit. Sam Blacklock and the Logitech GL esports team, we haven't really spoken a huge amount of these guys, Norrie. To be honest, we've not really been on board with them a lot. We know they've been just getting on with their business, and that is again showing here tonight. They've been very, very dominant in this event. Got a very early 8-second advantage prior to the VC, and pulled it out at one point, 28 seconds before we saw the latest round of pit stops. So they're looking very, very confident, and short of a lapse of judgment or a mechanical failure, you'd almost think these guys are a certainty for it.
Yeah, they'll be wanting to get these the last 30 laps of this race sort of over and done with, and moving on, because they've just dominated from start to finish. Way to go! They have been the benchmark operators.
Yeah, definitely. And we took a ride on board with them earlier on, and just listening to the throttle application in the car, it's certainly not being worked very heavily, and they're managing very good fuel economy with the pace. And like James was saying throughout last season, they really found something in the car that works not only well with the setup, but is very easy on how the car works and gets about its business. So good, strong result for them as they just put another lap there on the 97, and Braden O'Loughlin back on behind the wheel there. So he continues to press on. Norrie, we're 3 hours into the event. It's been a long haul so far, 90 laps in the books, soon to be 91 laps. And the top 10 really starting to set themselves up for a good run. As we say, Sam Blacklock out front ahead of Andrew Dyson, Brian Borg in that third spot. Adam Haynes for Taipan Esports. The Taipan guys have done a very, very solid job. Currently sitting up in 5th position. Linsell in 6th, Loxton 7th, Ross there sitting in 8th. Rosella has now just jumped into the lane out of 9th position, along with Michael Taliancic as well. So the top 10 looking very, very good at the moment, and we're expecting a bit over one stop, maybe a slight splash and dash, or if we get the safety car there, we'll see the guys all get through without too much issue, which is great to see. We might quickly also touch base again for the final time, well, the final time during the race at least. Anyway, we'll have a quick run through all the series sponsors again who have been fantastic in coming on board and helping get the show up and running. Again, as I said, Jinx Shifters back for another season. RaceKraft Simulations have jumped on board as well as naming series sponsor along with Jinx Shifters. So nice to have both of those guys coming on board and supporting local championships. Simrigs.com are back again along with Race Circuit Art Australia, AJ Insurance Services, Acuta Solutions and Rigging, and Track Cams for Gourmet. So fantastic to have all those sponsors on board, and keep an eye out for all of their gear as we jump back on board. Murray, this fight here for 21st position, 20th position with Nicholas Timors and Steve Kokoschki is one of the best ones out on circuit at the moment.
Yeah, it was those sponsors there on the screen were great, and they're great for the series, but they sort of obscured the battle a bit. It was Kokoschki really having a mad dig at Timors, and it was exciting to watch. We'll see it here. He'll have a dive, or proves me wrong, but he doesn't have a dive. Makes his way through the chicane. He's got a little bit of sliding in the rear of the car, so he's not going to get that move done there. But he's going to probably get the move done down at 1. If he gets the drive traction, he'll be trying to get through the toe of Timores as he tries to dive into 1. Kokoschki really wants this position. Here he goes.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a late move there from Timors under braking, and Kokoschki just had to have a second bite at the steering there just to get it settled, but he did make the move there. It was a nice job, and that now gets him up a position into 20th. And next car up the road, we car of Anthony Jewell, the team RaceKraft Motorsports entry there, now in 19th position. So a great job still for those guys continuing to take points and positions out of the rest of the field. Timors though, we'll see him get back into the thick of things and
We seem to have found the blimp cam that is hidden through the Nurburgring here. It's made its way over from the Nordschleife and keeping a glimpse over the action here on circuit.
Yeah, it's a great look at the cars just working their way around. It's a very flowing circuit when you look at it from this perspective, Norrie.
Yeah, it's a wonderful circuit, steeped in history. If you don't turn right at the hairpin at the top of the hill, if you turn left, it's a fantastic tour through the green hills. There's where you turn left, and it's called the Green Hill for a reason, because it's green and it's hell.
But what a ride, though. It's a white knuckle ride. I think it's like 150 corners, if I'm not mistaken, Norrie. And if you can keep the car on there and get it through, you're awarded with an awesome sprint down the straight there and up in towards Tea Garden. And you can have the cars are phenomenal going through there. And for anyone who watches the BLN series, how good have the battles been that we've seen in real life with the guys going side to side down through there.
Some amazing motorsport happens throughout this precinct, and it's a shame that a couple of years ago it was threatened closure, because it's a fantastic piece of motor racing history through here. Want to give a big shout out while we're here tonight to all the people in Sydney who are doing it tough at the moment. Stay safe, Sydney, and keep yourselves locked up on the simulator while you're trying to avoid the world out there, and get better so you can come join the AOSC.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for the guys down in southern New South Wales there with everything going on, but yeah, as Norris said, stay safe, and great opportunity to jump into the sim and spend plenty of time there as he team hauls on Jewel. What happened to Jewel? He was very, very slow getting out through the hairpin and up through the Schumacher S's there. He's dropped 2 or 3 spots there. I think might have been positional changes with guys coming through, but that did hurt him a little bit as we see now Glenn Pothwaite and Damian Johnston. Again, 2 seasoned competitors, both from the Synergy Simrigs stable. Just pressing on, and a little bit of team tactics there, just a switcheroo, and Johnston now gets himself into the 10.
And that's the best thing about Synergy, having the 2 cars this far up the front end of the grid. They can use each other to better advantage themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, if we have a look at the top 10 at the moment, 3 of them are Synergy cars. We've got 2 DPR entries in there. The lone Eltis car, the lone Taipan car, Premier in there, Fishy Motorsports are in there. It's a bit of a who's who at the moment. Oh, that's also Henry James Racing in there as well. It's a bit of a who's who up in the top 10.
Who's who and who leads them? It's Sam Blacklock in the Logitech G Altus Esports Commodore. 39 odd seconds in front of P2 of Andrew Dyson. You know, no stress, no sweat.
No, not at all. And they're just plodding on nicely with things. And no last time by, just to put things into context for the viewers having a look at it, it was a 156.86 for these guys compared to the guys behind 157.7. So they're on average a second a lap quicker than the guys that are still in clear air, and a second in any championship difference when you get into sort of racing styles like this. That's huge.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The amount of difference between drivers, you know, is incredible across the series.
Absolutely, and it's a great yardstick for all these guys to work at and come together and see what they're able to do. And we've said a lot of these guys know each other up and down throughout the field, and do a very good thing. So for Borgie here, hasn't fallen too far off, 8 and a bit seconds now behind Andrew Dyson. He's got himself a 3-second advantage over Brenton Hobson as he just gets past through through Luke Rosella in the Synergy Sim Racing. He's at the 3.0 entry and pressing on nicely there.
Now, would you like a stat?
Good.
All right. Borgie's pitting. So, he's back ending the race. I can tell you that because I've just done the numbers. Lap 98 is when you can make it to the finish of this race on 1 tank of fuel. Now, while I say that, we may not get full distance. We may not get the 126 that we've been set out to do. We may miss out on 3 or 4 laps, which means that Brian Borg coming into the pits now makes it about right. 95 and 28, 123. Maybe he's already got the number in his head.
It's quite possible, and I don't want to discount the math. I think it could be relatively sound, but
Relatively.
we did see a few seasons back. If you cast your mind back, it came down to a time certain finish, and there's still a good chance that we could do that. What happened at the end there when they did run it a little bit short? It was a different driver on board. The co-driver was slightly different. It was Borg and McMullen, but they did unfortunately run it dry at the critical point there when it was a little bit of iRacing difference. It ticked over another lap with 4 seconds past the 4-hour mark, but it unfortunately dudded them a lap.
Do you think that Borgie will want that to happen again?
Oh, not at all, not at all. And I mean, not only a couple of seasons later, we saw the exact same thing come into play at the same circuit. I mean, let's think back to that last season at Silverstone again. We saw an awesome 3-way scrap for the lead between Scott and Ross, which was a unique pairing, and those guys had a hell of a run. Dyson and Briggs and Shepherd. And it came down to the wire at the end of this. Now, it is a little bit closer, and Altus did have some issues along the way during that race. The very weird netcode yank pull thing that speared them off the circuit. But yeah, it was very, very close there. And I think with looking at what Altus are doing at the moment, it's their race to lose here if they go the short stop. And I don't think that's going to happen. But as you say, Norrie, for the guys that jump in, and we're now seeing Briggs in the lane here, it's a gamble they've got to take.
And it's a gamble they are taking because obviously the Norrie math must be correct. The calculator doesn't lie. Brett Loxton dives in the lane.
Well, we've got 30 laps to put the math to test. Let's see how it goes.
Only 28 of them seem to be laps that we can competitively do. Let's see if the math works. Sean Lindsell in the alcohol holder DPR 554, making his way around. Really holding a good position here for the DPR cars. It's position 4 on the road. Normally, if there's a position 4 DPR, there's a position 6 DPR, and what do you know, Adam Briggs is down in position 6.
They are very, very good at managing those two positions. And we saw that. We talked that up the whole way through the season last season, didn't we know? Through the midweek show, there was generally a lap, a position between either car.
And they managed to do it pretty much all through the season. In the championship as well, they seem to have 4 and 6 locked out. Actually, it was 3 and 5th.
Yeah, very, very, very good at that. Second didn't really get much of a look in. That was supremely held there by Corey Shepherd in the way he ran that. Now, we do have more guys in the lane. James Scott now is back on board the Logitech G Altus car, having taken over from Sam Blacklock. Brenton Hobson has just brought the 88 into pit. Corey Shepherd back on board the 017. Now, he's gone out and set a purple Sector 1. Adam Briggs has taken over the 72, and he's just dropped in a purple Sector 2 as Corey now with a purple Sector 3. So the guys are flying out here. The track temperature is continuing to fall as we get into the mid-afternoon in sim at the moment. It's 27 degrees. It is a very, very cool circuit. We looked at it a bit over an hour ago. It was 33 degrees, and we're nearly 5:30 in the afternoon in sim. So this is prime time for these guys to really start to get the temperature up in the cars and start using it all up. That, though, Norrie, is going to start putting some more pressure on the fuel. Does that factor into it at the end of this?
Even they can still get a full tank of fuel into the end from now, if we look at the Norrie math and it seems to be correct, they will get a full tank of fuel, but not much more. So if it's going to go full race distance, they're going to struggle.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on how that one unfolds. So for Corey Shepherd, he did set the quickest lap of the race last time by a 1:55.43. So that is 2/10 quicker than what we saw from the Logitech guys, nearing still about 3/10 of what we saw in qualifying at the preceding the start of this race here. So there's still a little bit of time left in it for these guys. Logitech in and away, back out front. They've got themselves a nice advantage on circuit. You can see him in the top of shot there as we have a little bit of a look here at Adam Simpson in the 025 Fisher Motorsports entry. So a little bit of work for them to do if they want to claw it back in. Scott, though, not letting up. Purple Sector 4 the last time by, so he is starting to find another gear to get into.
And it's fantastic that, when a driver can find another gear and they can really step forward and step up, it's really good, and it really bolsters their confidence, and this will play a good stead for them for the rest of the season.
Absolutely, and some guys that are still doing very, very well. So we have a look at this little scrap down the field. We've got Justin Clayton in the 120 Legacy Sim Sports entry. Adam Simpson just ahead of these guys, and then just ahead in the Type N Esports entry, Andrew Lasima. So 3 cars still very close together in 45 minutes left out in this event, where we're still going to see some great battling up and down throughout this field.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing to be able to watch the AOSC, because we do get fantastic battles. It seems most drivers through the top 10 have come in now for that stop. Hayne and Latta both in the box at the moment.
So it's going to be very, very tight. We're hearing in the chat, or seeing in the chat, some guys are getting some comments in there. They're estimating 121 laps in this one, Norrie. So it's going to be extremely tight here. We know Jordan Ross may have to come in the lane for that small splash and dash. He's got 12 laps shorter advantage than everyone else around him. He's really trying to play the strategy game and keep himself up there. Got to be careful getting through the lane, because it is a long transit time with this circuit.
A long transit time indeed, but then again, it is a long lap. 2 minutes and, oh, not 2 minutes for our leader. 1:55 for our leader is a long lap. It's almost near a Bathurst length.
Yeah, it's getting close there, and we'll see how that goes. That lap by James Scott, by the way, 1:55.3.2, purple lap, quickest time out there, and they're knocking them down at lap 99. So keep an eye on that. Also keep an eye on Tom Freer. He's set purple sectors, sector 1, 2, and 3. So he is on a fair charge at the moment. James Scott, though, has just responded and gone a little bit quicker in sector 1 again as well. So it's all starting to heat up here as the guys press on. We're watching Brett Loxton here at the moment. He's got a little bit of gap to find up to Glenn Pothaway, but Ken Latta still sniffing around just in behind, 0.7 of a second off the back of his tail there, and looking to gain a spot inside that top 10.
And think about it, we're only in the first race. Points on the board are going to help, so if you can get points on the board day 1, race 1, it's going to really help your championship charge. Another car peels in the lane there. That was the one at Damien Johnston, I feel. And Postlethwaite follows as well. So these cars taking that pit stop and getting the fuel on board for the final run home. It is the final countdown. We're approaching the last 20-odd laps of this race. Brett Loxton makes a move on Kenneth Latta. Laps car, my apologies, Kenneth Latta. But Brett Loxton has got the move done on Kenneth Latta, because he is in front of him, as you can see on our fantastic totem board on the left side of your screen there.
As we tick over lap 100. We're just going to cycle down through the field, check out how everyone is going. Biggest movers of the night, the 777 there, Sebastian Flock and Michael Talianchi. 21 spots gained, now 23 as they cycle through. Well, we got a couple of cars in the lane there. Great run from these guys up into 11th position after starting from the back of the field, pressing on beautifully. We've got we're expecting one more stop for these guys. It's one of the Type N cars is going very, very wide on the outside, just allowing everyone to get through. McKnight and Parks are both down and away for their stops, and that should see those guys get home. So McKnight going to bring the car home tonight. Good run from him, back in it, Norrie, after quite a few races away, and effectively all of last season off with injury.
Yeah. Midfield McKnight is definitely running to his name tonight and doing his best job. Up into position 14, so he'll need to rectify that, move a few positions down the field. But he's doing a fantastic job after a year off. He's had one or two endurance races he's been here and there, but for the most part he's been absent from the series, and we're really enjoying having midfield McKnight back in the car.
Yeah, he's going to press on nicely here. This is a great scrap here for 15th at the moment. Bowden all over the back of Ratu. These guys are 0.4 of a second between each other. 100 laps into it. Nothing between them at the moment. 4 stops down for all of these guys. If anything, Bowden slightly fresher tyres, and by slightly, it's only 2 laps in it, which is absolutely nothing in these things. Wait to see how that plays through at the back end of this race. The lap times for both cars very, very quick. Although Bowden 5/10 faster last time by on Ratu. That's a change up for the books. We know how good Ratu is, and testament just how good Tanked SRT is starting to really come on with this car. Right on board there, you just see Bowden able to get the nose of the tanked entry just tucked in a little bit nicer there through the slightly slower stuff on the quicker change of pace. So Norrie, looks like Ratu a little bit smoother in that spot.
Yeah, Ratu's car just looks a bit more planted and a bit more, composed as we look at it through the corner. Ratu obviously teaming up with Tyson McAvoy, one of the good old boys from the Willibins Mayhem Republic Great Series on iRacing. If you're around every day, they've got some great races up. And obviously they keep the cars fast because he's operating in P12.
Yeah, that's it.
Really wide.
Yeah, that's not too bad though. We've seen a few guys overshoot. He was able to get the car turned back around, no lockups, which is good to see. Did notice too, just as we were watching this one, we did see Sebastian Flock just lose a position to Jamie Dyke in the Fisher Motorsports entry, who just clawed that car up into 11th position. So still a few battles going on up and down throughout the field, which is great to see as nearing the conclusion of what has been a really good first race of the season.
Race of the season that we've been lucky to watch. Obviously you for the entirety, me for the last, 2/3 of it.
Look, it's been good to have you here. Unfortunately, we didn't have Matty Cav in the box tonight. He had some prior commitments, and definitely looking forward to seeing him back for the next event at Charlotte, which I know we're all going to be looking forward to seeing how the guys manage to navigate that circuit. It's going to be a big change, Norrie, from what we've seen tonight here. Smooth, fast-flowing GP-style circuit that the Nurburgring is, to a very technical point-and-shoot street circuit that has a nice bit of undulation in through the middle of the complex. Some really different style of approach to some of the corners as well. Some very, very late apexes into very narrow streets, which these guys are really going to need to contend with. And from what I've seen and some of the laps that I've turned around there, it's going to present a really unique challenge, especially in the supercar.
Given you just called it Charlotte rather than Chicago, it would be a really challenging.
It will be. I got a C. It had a C, and I got it. So
that's America. Who cares? No, it'll be
town in a thing.
It's in a town, in a state, in a country, in a place, in a planet. No, it'll be a fantastic race next time out at Chicago Street Circuit. Remember, it's one of the new ones that iRacing's added as the world's gone topsy-turvy, and we've got to have, different things, and they've created a street circuit where there isn't one, but there will be one in the future, apparently, according to the people who tell us things from NASCAR. There might also be one of our famous not shootouts for the qualifying out there.
Well, that would really spice things up, because we know how much it's certainly spiced up the run at Long Beach, where we saw a few guys start a fair bit further down the order than we initially expected.
I think you might have even out-qualified Mr. Tom Freer on that occasion, Dan.
Well, I don't know whether I so much as out-qualified him or he didn't give it his all. I made an absolute mozza of my attempt at qualifying down into turn one. So, yeah.
Well, anyway, next race on the calendar, besides Chicago, not Charlotte, Chicago, we're heading off to another newbie to the iRacing series. It's the Red Bull Ring. So if you've just seen the 2 doubleheader round of the F1 at Red Bull Ring, don't adjust your sets because AOSC will be there for round 3. We've got a fantastic calendar coming up this season. If you're not in the series, why? If you are in the series, get good, because James Scott looks like he's going to run away with it if you don't start lifting.
Yeah, definitely. I think those the first few events are going to be really interesting to see how this series is going to, or how this championship bout is going to really shape up. And I mean, if tonight's form is anything to go by, it's going to be a very dominant LTC sports. I think though, it's going to really start to light the fire under the guys that are up inside that top 5. You know, the likes of Synergy and Premier Racing. I mean, we've got Corey back in behind the wheel, and he is not messing around here as far as lap times are concerned, and he'll claw himself back into contention in a heartbeat. So it'll be great to see. I think, you know, the guys may or may not have had a bit of time out there. Obviously, holidays have come through for school holidays in Queensland and now New South Wales, so a bit of that to cycle through as you know, family time's all important to get the most out of that. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they're able to do, and I think going to the likes of Chicago, I got it right, and Red Bull Ring, it's going to be really interesting to see what these guys are able to do.
It's going to be a fantastic series. And like you say, Dan, it'll light the fire under these guys, because we only see, you know, James Scott and Jordan Ross and Adam Briggs here at the top at the minute. But, you know, there are drivers, you know, there are 2 drivers in those cars, you know. So having 2 drivers in an endurance race, when we go to the single driver races, you'll see a lot more cars out there, a lot more competitive. And it's going to be a fantastic event as we keep making our way through the series.
Yeah, that's it. So we'll keep an eye on all that as it cycles through. Apologies, we just have a couple of little minor technical errors there with the overlay. We've got that sorted now. Thank you, Mr. Housley's got it back under control there. As Rob Bowden goes deep into turn 1, a little bit of a lock up there. He's able to turn that car around and get back underway. So no harm, no foul done there. He's has fallen off the back of Ratu, however. That gap now 4.4 seconds, Norrie. So he's made a bit of a mozza there somewhere, and Ratu's been able to get away.
He's been able to make a bit of a move on, and not in a good way. So this is Alex Cesani, who's driving the Team RaceKraft car. Teaming up with Anthony Jewell tonight, and they're having a fantastic run. I'm really proud of these guys. First run in, and they've already done better than my 2 wildcard attempts last year.
Yeah, look, I was going to give that a wide berth, Norrie, but since you brought it up, yeah, no, they've done a lot better than you did. They didn't find a wall. That's the big tick. But no, it's been a fantastic drive for both of those guys out there tonight.
2 drivers we are very excited to have across if they decide to come and play for the full season. And Jordan Ross is in the pits.
Yeah, this is this short little splash and dash we were talking about earlier. So we'll see how long these guys are in for and where this throws them out. Thinking they're going to be maybe around the likes of Tom Freer on exit. Briggs has already gone past. We expect Shepherd to get by as he does now. They're in the lane, down and stop. Let's see what it is. It should only be about 15 seconds, I dare say.
It can't be too long a stop there for Ross, because he can't lose too much track time. He's already lost 4 positions, maybe even 5 positions by the time he gets out of this one. And that could be a very disappointing pit exit. So he's lost down to P5. Payne is about a second or so, so he'll maintain position 5 here on circuit for Jordan Ross, and he now has to put the pedal to the metal and get this thing moving.
Yeah, and look, it was an interesting strategy call for those guys after the issues they had early on in the race and fighting their way back through. They've played the strategy. It didn't quite work in their favour, but it certainly was a good opportunity for them. Have a look there. The track temperature holding nicely down at 26 degrees, so perfect for these guys to come through and finish off this race as we're in the late afternoon phase here at the Nurburgring, which about 5:30. So keep an eye on how that goes. Watching these guys, the guys further down, Justin Clayton and Adam Simpson. We didn't speak too much of either of these guys. They've been involved in their own little fights throughout the course of the night, but no, it's been a good showing for both pairings. The drivers have teamed up quite nicely. They've got on with business, and we're going to see a good result in the points for them.
Yeah, you're seeing fantastic work from both of them. Their cars look pretty much clean and straight, so they've done absolutely everything in their power tonight to stay off walls and doors and floors and everything, and they've done a solid job, both of these guys tonight. And yeah, commendations to them for being where they are. This is a notoriously difficult series to run at the front of the field, so to maintain where you are and keep the car in one piece, great job.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we did see the 025. It looks like it's used up the fast repair. We did see that car earlier on without the boot on that one, but no, since then they've kept it on nice and are pressing on well through the conclusion of this race, which we're about half an hour shy on at the moment. 106 laps, in the book. 20 laps left to go, Norrie. About 15 more we'd expect to see from these guys. So you're going to be very, very close on the numbers at the moment.
I reckon I'm already on the numbers at the moment, Dan.
Well, yeah, you're on something. I would agree with that one.
That's
we'll see
rude.
whether you get the number right.
Rude. Our loyal watchers out there on the AOSC TV, how are you enjoying the race tonight? Is it a great thing to have AOSC back? Are you going to come and join us for some of the races this season? Let us know in the comments. We're happy to engage and talk to you, and we want to see you in here racing. Of course we do.
Yeah, absolutely. And whether you tuned in on YouTube or off the Facebook live stream, it's been fantastic to have your company over this 3.5 hours so far, and hopefully for the remaining half an hour as we conclude a great race to the checkered flag. Keep an eye just on these guys here at the moment. This is our closest battle out on circuit at the moment. The 26th position between Justin Clayton and Adam Simpson. And not much going on between these guys. The guys out front still pressing on with business. Jordan Ross getting back up to speed. Quickest, or that's the purple sector 1. He just had sector 2 or sector 3 just knocked over, but he's coming back in after getting the fuel and tyres back on board that car. So this could be a good late charge for him. He's going to have a 10-lap advantage over the guys around him, so potentially could get himself maybe a 4th position at this point.
4th position would be decent, wouldn't it?
So 55.1 for Jordan Ross. Quickest lap out there tonight so far. That's a great effort there, Norrie. In this late phase of the race, the track obviously very, very gripped up at the moment with the rubber that's been put down, the track temperatures continuing to fall, and this has worked out quite nicely for him.
And as the drivers get down to the last part of their fuel tanks, they will be they'll be having some fast cars as we get towards the end of this race.
Yeah, definitely. And quickly jot down through the top 10 at the moment. The top 9 still on the lead lap at this point of the race. But out front with a very commanding lead is James Scott, Logitech G Altus Esports, 41 seconds clear of second place. Adam Briggs in the Sinriggs DPR entry, who just getting a move done there on the Penrite car, lap down in the final corner. Great drive from these guys. They've been thereabouts over the course of the run, and settling in for a nice look at second position. Into third now, Corey Shepherd, the Premier Racing team, teamed up with Brian Borg there. He's had a really strong run, been very, very quick in this car. Started second tonight, didn't quite get the jump that he wanted, but they've hung in thereabouts, and they're going to be in for a good look at the end of this one. Tom Freer up into 4th position. He's had a fantastic drive in the 88 with Brett and Hobson. These guys have worked exceptionally well, kept the nose clean, and very, very strong pairing for them, and looking forward to a good result in their favour. Into fifth, Jordan Ross, who we've spoken about just before, set the quickest lap of the race a lap or two ago, and for Synergy Sim Racing didn't quite get the strategy they wanted, Norrie, but they're thereabouts and potentially in to maybe claw their way into fourth position with the tyres and how the race unfolds. Todd Hayne from Taipan Esports now into sixth position, and a stellar job for these guys who have really come on quite nicely in this car, and looking forward to seeing how the rest of their campaign goes throughout the course of the championship. Currently in that sixth position with a 9-second advantage over seventh place, Brett Loxton. The Henry James Racing entry to 209 has been in the wars a little bit tonight, but they've driven very, very well. Both Brett and Thomas doing a hell of a job to keep that car where it is at the moment. Ken Latta in the Alcoholders DPR entry, the 554. We've seen a lot of these guys tonight. They've been up and down throughout the order in plenty of battles along the way, and they're on for a very nice haul of points. They're currently sitting in 8th position. Luke Rosella down in 9th. He's teamed up with Michael Schreier tonight, 3-0, having a very, very strong run. Up a couple of spots from where they started. Started down in 12th, in 9th position. Currently last lap car on the lead lap, which they're actually about to lose that lap there as we see the guys continue press on through. So Luke Rosella there in 9th position. Damien Johnston will round out the top 10 in the 030 entry. A very storied night from them. We saw them involved with that big earlier lap 14 or lap 12 incident at the very start of the race there, after contact between Christian Smart and Brad Ratu. That will be adjudicated at the end of the race, as we heard from Race Control earlier on. Thank you, Norrie. And they've come on quite nicely. Jamie Dyke, Fishy Motorsports, in 11th position, and another solid run for this Fishy Motorsports team as they continue on their way, and a good haul of points leading into the start of the season. And rounding out the 12 tonight, Jamie McKnight teamed up with Stephen Varga, had a very good, strong run tonight. Jamie gave Norrie a little bit of a touch up in the comments, nicely, but he's done a great job since coming back on board that car and pressing on well. Biggest mover of the night, Sebastian Flock and Michael Talianchik started 34th tonight, up into 14th position, 20 spots gained so far. Been a fantastic drives from all these guys. And then rounding out the 15 is Rob Bowden in the Tanked SRT entry. He's been thereabouts. We've seen him in some awesome fights throughout the night with Ken Latta and Christian Smart and quite a few of those guys, and just getting himself into a good top 15 position. As we go back into the order, Norrie, we've got some battles still starting to heat up. We've got Ben Christensen in the 25 over the back of Jaden Borg, and trying to split them and come through at the middle is Corey Shepherd. Not what he wants to see out front.
Oh, Corey will just put the hammer down and hope he gets right on through it. But yeah, Ben having a bit of a touch up there on the Coda car. That wasn't ideal at all for that brief second in the middle of the corner. Corey will just be wanting to get away from this.
Contact.
That is, that's a scary moment if you're Brian Borg. Those fingernails are pretty much gone at that moment.
Oh, yeah, no, Jaden, back it up, mate. You don't need to be involved in that one. Hold station and let the boys go. But, yeah, that was very close. And the net code, very, very lucky to not be involved in that incident.
Gee, I wouldn't want to be in the pits, in the pit crew premier. That would have been horrible to watch. A comment in the YouTube chat from Sam Blacklock that saying he helped. I think you did more than help, mate. I think you've dominated.
Yes, yeah, I just saw that one there. Apologies, Sam, and missing you off the run down the top 15. We'll definitely have a strong chat with you there and James at the conclusion of this one as we watch this fight here between Borg and Christensen finally come to a head here. Christensen gets the move done down through the little kink. He should be able to sweep ahead and up into the chicane there, no, but Borg's not making it easy for him.
And why would you? If you're Borg, Jaden Borg, you're going to make that hard for Ben Christensen to get that move done. Ben Christensen, obviously, from the school of getting things done when they're not meant to be, as we evidenced the corner beforehand.
Yeah, having another look at a battle that has happened momentarily ago. Steve Kokoschke on Rick Sibra down into turn 1 here. Kokoschke with a nice move down the inside there, and this has probably been the spot where we've seen the most amount of overtakes done down into turn 1, and there's been a couple of little close moments in a few occasions, but all in all, the passes that have gone down there have been really, really strong tonight.
That's the thing. Turn 1 is a fantastic circuit to get. Turn 1's a fantastic circuit. It's a fantastic corner, actually. Corner on the circuit to get these moves done. And these drivers have been exploiting turn 1 to great effect tonight. Some drivers running the deep, shallow line and getting the apex and the run off the exit. Other drivers trying to run around the outside in a really wide line. And they've been able to see that it doesn't always work out there.
No, that's it. So it's interesting to see, and that I guess comes in probably to that the setup style of these cars and just how the guys approach it. Do they, go for something that has a little more grip wider, or is it a little more shallow and pointy? And very interesting, unique styles on how these teams and operators get the most out of them.
It is all about the driver at the end of the day, and the driver who can exploit the most out of their car. They're the ones who are going to win. As you can see from the guys running in the top 10, they are doing the best sort of job they can with the equipment they've got.
Absolutely. Got to keep an eye on the top, or second and third at the moment. The gap between Briggs and Shepherd has stabilised a little bit now, 7.4 seconds. So Corey has been able to take a little bit out of Adam here. I don't know whether he's maybe just knocked it off a bit, gone into that conservation mode to save it. Brian, if you're in the chat, I would give us a little bit of an inkling into which way you guys are looking. Are you going hammer and tong to try and make the most out of it, or just play the difference here? But last time by for the top 3, it was a 55.7 for James, a 56.03 for Briggs, and then a 57.41 for Corey. So the pace just not there. Could have been a little bit of lap traffic that also held him up, maybe. Adam Briggs here just with a little bit of lap traffic to contend with. That's Henry King. He'll just step to the side there on the run through the hairpin. Doesn't make it too difficult for Adam to continue on, but at the end has his own little moment there, a little bit of a slide on the outside of the hairpin. No harm, no foul, and Briggs gets off and on with business as he works at trying to claw back that little bit of time from the immense lead that both James and Sam have managed to get out. Well, we come to the end of the race. We know we've got quite a few drivers just sitting there in the YouTube chat, keeping an eye on how things are going. I'd love to get you up into the commentary box. If you've got some time available, jump on in and find out how things are going. Before we conclude the end of this race, it'd be great to get a little bit of insight between how the teams are going. It's Henry, and again with a massive big slide there in the background. But no, it'd be great to get your take on how the race unfolded for you a little further down, and how you think things have gone.
Rotated in the back of shot there.
So dug down right to the bottom end of the totem pole here, Norrie, and we've still got some battling going on. These guys, unfortunately, have quite a few laps down after some earlier incidents, but we've got Sebastian Teixeira, Tony Gaffer, and Pete Keller all involved in a good little scrap here. These guys are fighting over 31st position, would you believe it, at the conclusion of the race. And like we're seeing at the front end, they're still scrapping as if they're fighting for the lead of the race.
Yeah, it's like they've told them they're fighting for first, not 31st. So these guys are fighting for sheep stations down here, and this is good hard racing. This is what people love to do. It doesn't matter if you win the race or you come 31st. If you've had a good battle with some people along the way, you get out of the car and you've got a smile on your face.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even to have a battle at the end of the race, as we see Peter just getting a little bit of a wiggle on the exit there, that's what makes it. And we can see a few guys just running a little off pace, and you have that unfortunate issue somewhere along the event that might put paid to a good run, you still find yourself in a solid battle. So think about jumping on board if you want to have a good solid run. We're looking back at Henry King after that couple of big moments that he had. First the big slide on the exit of the chicane, then the rotation, and I think he's now just looking to have a little bit of fun in the car for the final 14 minutes.
Sort of reminds me of Richie Stanaway in Townsville a couple of years ago. Every single corner he came out of the exit, it was a slide. We're seeing the same thing from Henry King here. Bit of a slide, he's just having fun. And when your race is going as pear-shaped as his is, why don't you?
Yeah,
Come on, Henry.
He's still in with a good spot. He's got a 15-second advantage at the moment over Adam Simpson, who'll be trying to close that gap down. And I guess the more he does this for the next 14 minutes, he might bring himself in with a challenge there. But good awareness too from Henry that he saw Sebastian Flock coming through, who's a lap ahead car, and just stayed out of the way. But here's another little bit of slide action. It's all good at the start, and then just washes out at the front.
Yeah, the start is brilliant. The mid drift execution is not so fantastic. See if we can't give him a score here on his next attempt. He's got a hairpin coming up, so that's a fantastic opportunity. Good drifting is about getting the rear end of the car to slide, but maintaining front control, keeping the front wheels driven on the road.
Well, here you go, Norrie. Is it a controlled understeer or a controlled oversteer moment?
The initial bit's a controlled understeer, and then it's a controlled oversteer, followed by yeehaw.
And there you're wrong.
Oh!
And he made a monster. That's a -2.
I'm sorry, that is a 7. 7 for start and 2 for failure to execute. Sorry, Henry.
I'm sticking with the -2. We'll see what he's able to do. We'll hang with it for the rest of the lap. We'll see whether he's able to do anything else with the car. I think those tyres are pretty well given up the ghost here. He's settled it down a little bit. Let's see what he does coming into the final quarter. No doubt the guys in the team, hopefully they're having to listen to the broadcast and they'll let him know just to give it a bit.
Can he redeem himself? Come on, Henry, it's all on you now. The eyes of the AOSC TV world are on you. Can you get this drift? That was poor. Really
moving
poor.
on. Right, so he's got to the hairpin. Let's see what he's able to do. He brings it in, Norrie. It's a controlled turn 1. What's he got for turn 2?
Like someone's told him we're watching him.
Controlled.
He hasn't put a
Into
foot
3.
roll. Come on, where's the slide? Where's the fun? I want a penalty sent down to race control for lack of drifting.
All right, let's see what he's got. Coming into the hairpin. He's got 2.5 seconds over Adam Simpson, so he's got to be cautious not to lose all that. What's the exit like? All right, I think we're in conservation mode to save that spot. 25th position, 2.8 seconds. You can just see him behind Adam Simpson. in the car there, coming in to shot that gap before he started having a bit of fun with the tyres. Was out to 11 seconds there, Norrie.
Yep. Now I'm just disappointed. Yeah, no, you've had your minute in the sun. Let's go and look and see how our leader is doing. James Scott leading this field. He just keeps rolling off numbers, doesn't he? 156.15 is his last lap, so they're not as fast as they once were, but remember, we're getting towards the end of this field load. We're getting towards the end of this race, and this tyre set is going to be butchered after he's done this one.
Yeah, but look, we say he's not making speed, Norrie. They're still taking time out of the guys behind. So, you know, not messing around with this. It's just a nice, controlled, clean run, and not putting a foot wrong. And that's all they need to do. The lap times have not really differed too much. We're back in the 56s as they go. We did see. Thank you to Sam for giving us a little bit of comments in some of the averages, but. Yeah, they're averaging around the 56.1s pretty consistently through the run, which is, you know, that in its own, that consistency is what's got them this massive gap.
Yeah, and I'm not taking away from the laps they're doing. They're not slow, but they don't need to push anymore, is what I'm saying.
Well, no, and it's just about time management here. We're coming down to the final 9 minutes of the event. It's a very comfortable gap for those guys. Corey Shepherd, on the other hand, has been able to still take a little bit more time out of Adam Briggs. That gap's 6.8 seconds at the moment, as the press is on. Was 3/10 quicker last time by there for Corey as well. So hasn't given up this one yet. Still pressing on. Hopefully we'll see him make a charge in the final few minutes to get up towards the second step.
And let's see if we get Briggs and Dyson up there on the podium. No.
Yeah, nice smooth run there, Norrie, as we watch James get on with business. A little bit further down, that bit of fun that we saw from Henry King earlier hasn't worked out well for him. He's just lost the spot here to Blake Delaney for 24th position, and potentially he's going to lose another one here if he's not careful. Hollis is closing in. Frederick Hollis down in the 27th position. We'll see those guys maybe look to work their way into this as this one concludes, but Simpson just driving a nice clean race and getting on with what he needs to do. Let's see what King's got though. Can he send one down the inside and make amends for that?
You'd want to see if King can get down there. He's already chewed up a fair bit of those rear tyres by the drifting, which garnered him a -2 ranking. So he's got to work at that, getting that position back from Barnes now. Sorry, Delaney now. Sorry, Simpson now.
Yeah, a lot of work to do there. We'll keep an eye on that one. We've got a few other guys getting in and amongst this as well. There's a couple of guys out of position in this one, as we see one of the Taipan cars working their way through this little gaggle of cars and getting on with business. Sebastian Texier is pressing on as well in the Premier Racing Team entry. Going to come in for a late stop for these guys. They were in lap 90, so right about at the end of their window, Norrie. This will be a very short splashing away. We'll see whether they take tyres or not. Simpson now looks to have broken that little bit of a draft on the back of Henry King there. So he's back on with business as he just steps to the side and lets the Taipan entry follow on through.
Almost easy to forget these guys have been racing like this for near enough to 4 hours, wheel to wheel, toe to toe, not letting each other slip up for a minute. And they've been doing a fantastic job. It's brilliant to be back at season 11 of the AOSC. We're going everywhere this season, and it's going to be a brilliant one. A couple of weeks away from our next outing, which is Chicago Street Circuit. Make sure you join us for that one.
Yeah, it will be a great event coming up on the 23rd of the month, so we'll keep an eye on that one. No, this is a great little battle. It's sort of come out of nowhere. We've seen Jaden Borg get away now. We've got Alex Zenny back into contention here. This is for 20th position. The team RaceKraft Motorsports entry has just pressed on with business. They've got in there and looking to get themselves that top 20 on the opening race for the team.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by the team RaceKraft car. They've done a fantastic job all race. Both Alex Zenny and Anthony Jewell have done a brilliant job, and they should be commended for their efforts. I mean, running this close to Jaden Borg, who, you know, he's done 102 races in the AOSC. He's a formidable...
That was great.
Sorry. That was great. But to be as close to Jaden Borg, who's done 116 races in the AOSC, on their first race is a very good sign, and encouraging to see the drivers coming through in AOSC are getting stronger, and you know,
how's the move?
That move is on.
Fired it down the inside into 3. That's a big shot down the inside there. Didn't quite get it pulled up though, and Borg's able to slice back in front.
Might have forgotten the track goes left and then right. But otherwise, good move.
Oh, it was great opportunity there for Zenny to have a run. Let's think about this though too, no, he's got slightly older tyres than what Jaden's got at the moment. So he's really doing this on pure pace. And if you have a look in the timing and scoring down at the bottom there, he's consistently taken time out of the Curtis Sim Sports driver there and getting on with business beautifully. So this is an awesome turn to form, and the guys should be very pleased with how they've been able to position these cars and run through the field tonight.
They should. Now, speaking of, there is a new competition throughout the AOSC Season 11. Zenny's going to try and get this move done again. It's a new competition throughout Season 11 of AOSC where the commentators do pick 1, 2 and 3 from the race, and they go in the draw to win a prize at the end of the season. Put any thought towards your top 3 yet, Dan?
Look, it's on the top drive, so I've been having to think on this one. There's obviously yes, I have been having a think. I'm not going to give it away just yet.
I thought I could pick you at the post. I was almost right with the lap numbers. I thought I could get you out of that one. Alex goes for a dive. Jaden Borg aware to the fact. Are they going to hit? Yep.
A little bit. And redresses the position, so no harm, no foul in that one. Zenny though definitely got the pace on board that car to make this move stick sooner rather than later.
If he slides it off the corner like that, it's not.
No, but keep an eye on this. He'll watch him work his way just back up onto the Coast Sports car there. He's a little bit wide. He's taken the no line, missed the apex on that. You don't need the apex where he's going. And fires it off down in towards the hairpin here. We'll see what he's like under brakes, whether he can close that up. Makes a little bit of an advantage. Gets the car in just a fraction off the apex there, but as we're right on board, looking pretty decent at this moment. Both drivers use a huge amount of curve up through the Schumacher S's. And Zenny though, just exciting those rear tyres. I think maybe just picked up the dirt just a fraction there, but very, very strong on brakes. Then just loses the front end at the critical moment there.
Yeah, I feel like Zenny's he's built up his confidence and he's maybe just pushing the car a little bit too hard towards the back end of this race. We are now officially past the 4-hour mark. and into the pit lane.
Yeah, as we watch these guys continue to press on, it has been a very, very dominant display from the guys over at Logitech G Altus Esports. Both James Scott and Sam Blacklock have had a commanding run throughout the field tonight, and starting off the season on the best possible foot here. And we'll keep an eye on how these guys work their way through the chicane for what should be the final time tonight, up over that berm and through the final corner. It's been a fantastic run for these guys as they come across the line to take round 1, season 11, race 192 here of the AOSC tonight at the Nurburgring for the 650k event. Awesome drive from these guys. Coming into second position, we'll keep an eye on these guys a little further back. We've got a lot of time to kill getting back to these guys as we watch James just bring the car to the end here, and we'll see what his celebration donuts are like as he lights up the tyres. And Norrie, what's your score out of 10 going to be for the burnouts, mate?
If he hits the sand pit, he gets a -1. Nice awareness there. No sand pit. Well done. It's a 7 from me.
And coming home in second, Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson. Great drive in the 72 tonight. Into third position, Corey Shepherd, Brian Borg for Premier Racing Team, the 017. They had a great result. Tom Freer and Brenton Hobson bring home fourth position. The 88 Synergy Sim Rigs car in fourth position tonight for them. Awesome drive. And then Jordan Ross and Kyle Stokes get the Synergy Sim Rigs, the 143 across the line there in fifth position. Awesome drive from the top 5 there tonight, Norrie.
Yeah, I was just really put in a good showing. Lies in store for them. It's going to be a fantastic ride if all those cars are at the front. Remembering there are co-drivers to each. Top 10 is going to be interesting.
Absolutely. As we'll take a look at the results page as we're going to bring up the right one there. So just a quick look there at where everyone got underway 4 hours ago for the start of this one. We'll quickly throw to as we see all the guys just working their way through as they conclude the race. Might quickly bring up then, while we wait for the last few guys to get across the line, we'll bring up the series sponsors again just to give them a big shout out for everything that they've done for the championship tonight. And touched on quite a few times, Jinx Shifters and RaceKraft Simulators coming on as major sponsors tonight. It's been fantastic to have both these two supporters helping sponsor the championship through. Simrigs.com are in there as well, along with Acuta Solutions, Race Circuit Art Australia, AJ Insurance, and Track Cams for Gourmets. As we have the race results now up on screen, and it was a extremely dominant win tonight by Logitech G Altus Esports to come home with a 45-second win over Simrigs. Simrigs.com DPR. Premier Racing home in third position. Synergy Sim Racing come home in fourth and fifth position. Type N Esports home in sixth tonight. Henry James Racing round up a seventh position along with Alcoholders DPR. In the ninth, Synergy Sim Racing into 10th position and the first of our lap down cars. Fisher Motorsports entry came home in 10th. That's the that's the 080 of Jamie Dyke. Luke Rosella managed to get the car number 3 Sim Racing entry home there in 11th position. Sorry, McKnight brings home the United Sim Sports car in 12th position. Sebastian Flock in the 777 gets home in 13th, along with the 95 and Todd Parker Synergy Sim Racing in 14th. Rob Bowden for Tanked SRT home in 10th tonight. The 037 comes home in 16th position. Synergy Sim Racing 134 home in 17th tonight, along with the Frog Leap Racing, the Team Jinx Shifters entry in 18th tonight, 2 laps down. Well, we'll keep going down quickly through the field. So we've got EXG Motorsports high in 19th, Coast Sim Racing back in 20th position, Premier Racing in 21st. The Team RaceKraft Motorsport entry home in 22nd tonight, which was a stellar drive from those guys. Fisher Motorsports home in 23rd, 24th for the second of the tanked SRT cars. Another one of Fisher Motorsports entries in 25th. Jinx Shifters car home in 26th. Frog Leap Racing in 27th. Legacy Sim Racing had a great night tonight in 28th. Premier Racing in 29th. Type N Esports in 3rd. Cars 5 laps down there in 31st. And the number 35 Synergy Sim Racing car in 32nd. The guys that unfortunately didn't get home at the conclusion of the race, one of the Premier Racing entries, and the Calamari Racing entry there. Joining us in the booth, we've got a star-studded affair with everyone in here tonight. And joining us, congratulations to both James Scott and Sam Blacklock from Logitech GL. Guys, fantastic drive from you tonight. Got a fan in the setup that has put you guys so far ahead after the dominant display.
Gee, we can't go into too much detail. But
Yes,
yeah, I think the teams, I think the teams really worked hard, sort of over the last sort of 2 months or something like that. Not to say that we didn't work hard before, but I think we just put in that little bit extra effort, with all the other guys in the team as well, to really try and get these cars up where we want them. And by no means do I think that we're at our maximum potential yet. I think there's still a fair bit more to go. But yeah, I think we've made definite improvements.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sam, to yourself, mate, jumping on board, helping James out for the season. We've seen you guys pair up before. How did you find it out there tonight? It looked like the car was very easy to drive and very economical on the field.
Yeah, it was awesome. Probably one of the best cars I've driven in a long time. So yeah, big credit to James and the other boys at Altus for the hard work that they've put into that. Yeah, the car was just so much easier to drive than sort of what I've been used to. And yeah, it looked after its tyres well, and just it just made tonight a bit easier. But yeah, massive thanks to James for that. Yeah, I don't think it could have been better.
Absolutely. We got a couple of weeks off before we head off to the next event, off to Chicago, one of the brand new circuits on ice. It's the street circuit. Looks simple, very different when you go out and drive, and obviously a very different flow from the GP style layout that we've had at the Nurburgring. What are your thoughts going into that one?
I haven't done any laps there, to be honest. I'm not sure how many rounds I'm going to be able to make it to this season, unfortunately. I'm still might have a few things that might have to take priority, but I'll try to make as many as I can. But yeah, Chicago should be a tough track. Although luckily we've got a couple of sort of street tracks now with Long Beach and different tracks. They've still got the requirements to be fast there, so yeah, I'm sure it'll be a tough race.
The championship. Are we likely to see Sam and James? Are we likely to see you both pairing up for the remainder of the endurance championship?
Yeah, I think the enduros for me are some of the best part of the series. Not to say that the other races aren't good, but I think just the strategy of having two drivers, just the longer races instead of just sort of the stock standard strategy. I really like those, so I'll try to make as many enduros as I can, and hopefully Sam, or if not Sam, then I'm sure there's plenty of other guys doing a great job as well.
Absolutely, guys. Well, look, there's both of you there. Sam, apologies, missed your name on the run through when we were going through midway through the race, but tonight you guys absolutely outstanding. You really managed to drive away from the field, and hats off to you. Before we let you go and enjoy the celebrations from tonight, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out and a thanks to?
Obviously, first off, Sam for his great drive tonight. He didn't get all that much practice in, but as usual, he's always right on the pace. And obviously, as I said before, all the guys at Altus Esports for their hard work as well. We're really trying to push forward with the whole team as of late. And obviously, we couldn't do it without with Logitech G, Astro Gaming, Cube Controls, Own 3D, Race Tech Seats, and as well as Sam Blacklock Media.
So again, congratulations on. Hopefully, we'll see you back out for the next event in 2 weeks' time on the 23rd. And in second position.
G'day, Adam and Andrew. What a drive tonight. Pete, how was that from your perspective?
That was tough. There was a lot of lap traffic. There was a lot of green flag and not those awkwardly timed safety cars at the end. It shows probably a true reflection of the result. But yeah, no, I think it was just a lot of green flag lap, which is what we're here to do.
That's right. We're all here for the racing. Andrew, do you want to talk us through that fantastic new livery on the side of that car?
I can tell you a little bit about it. It's just a bit of a one-off, but kind of running for the boys down at simrigs.com. So they've got a little side business down there. They're just starting up called Phoenix Smokers. Obviously, you can check out their website. They're Kamado Smokers. They're also selling a few bits and pieces like utensils. What else have they got? Little thermometers and things, spices. So check out their website. There's a few little interesting things on there. But next round you'll see us back in our regular paint jobs, I think. But that's unless, of course, the boys like it that much. We end up running one or two cars in their Phoenix livery. But yeah, that's what's going on there.
Well, the commentary team already gives it a vote from me. Heading next out to Chicago, back to a street circuit. Let me know. Tell me, is the street circuit going to be great? How much are you looking forward to that?
It has the potential to have a bit of carnage, but I had a few races in there not long ago in week 13 in the GT3 cars, and it was actually quite clean up the front. There's probably 3, 4, 5 cars or so that were quite close in each of the races I was in. So I think it's potential to be a bit of carnage, but everyone in AOSC puts in the practice. There'll be other opportunities to practice with other cars on the track, and I'm sure everyone will get used to it, and it should be a lot of fun. We love racing at tracks like Long Beach and Belle Isle, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, they are tracks that really do bring out the best in our supercars. Question I want to know from both of you is last season in the championship, you finished up in the top 5. You were both there for a long time. Are you going to push forward and get the next position off the ranks?
Go ahead, Briggs.
Yeah, mate, last season was a bit of a dog's breakfast. I missed the first round because I got stuck at a service station and their FPOS was down. And then from there, it just ended up being a sort of like a clown commentary of different mistakes. But yeah, look, really happy to get round 1 out of the way. Really happy to bank some points. We'll do the normal team thing of just building on that. I think everyone says that in every interview ever. But yeah, we'll just build on that and try and gain some momentum throughout the year.
And you, Andrew?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, last season went okay. I think more than anything, I'll probably capitalise on some unluckiness and some mistakes from other cars out there, and yeah, took advantage of those opportunities during last season. So that's probably what got me up there. But if I can be somewhere in the top 5 again, I'll be happy with that. But you never know what can happen in these races. A lot can change. You can go completely the other way. So yeah, we'll keep pressing on and trying to get the best out of each other, and we'll see where we end up.
Well, it's fantastic to have you both on the podium tonight. Looking forward to making it a strong run in Season 11. Before I let you go, anyone you want to thank?
Well, yeah, can't forget about all the boys tonight that were racing. I think we had Sean and Ken finish up in 8th place or somewhere around there in the lead up tonight. So great job from those guys. They'll be pushing hard all season as well to try and move up the order, which they've got plenty of potential to be up there in the top 5 as well. So we'll see how those guys go. Thanks to all the boys in the team. Briggs done a great job tonight. Simrigs.com, Southwell Listen Hoist, Benmax Mechanical, BetSmart Racing Services, Alcoholder, Phoenix Smokers, MP Designs. Geez, we've got a few of those now. And of course, thanks to you guys for putting on the broadcast and all the guys behind the scenes at AOSC who work so hard to bring this together in the 11th season. Now we're really looking forward to getting cracking and getting stuck into it.
It's an awesome run tonight. Well done, and go enjoy those celebrations.
Yeah, man. It feels like there was 2 races tonight, but we'll celebrate anyway.
And joining us in third position tonight, we have the boys from Premier Racing Team, Brian Borg, Corey Shepherd. Gents, it was a hard-fought night for you guys out there. I started off second position tonight. Brian, talk us through the start. Maybe not quite what you wanted off the line, but you guys were in the car looked good. You managed to get yourself in some good battles up and down the field. How was the run?
Yeah, if I can remember the start, I think I had a poor start. Yes, it just didn't get off the line the way I wanted to. But yeah, it was, look, long race, long season ahead of us. So it was pretty much find who you're racing against. And at some stage it was between Synergy, and the other times it was with DPR. I don't know what that Logitech had, but I think it had some Gatorade before or something, different fuel. Or we got to check their car. But yeah, all jokes aside, they drove a good race, and yeah, apart from that, we drove our race, and that was that.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, you guys looked like the car was very planted. It didn't look like it gave too much resistance there. The first 40 laps, I think it was about like 44 before you saw the first driver change. Talk us through the run. Obviously, we had the little virtual safety car incident early on. How did you find the tyre life in the car?
Yeah, on my first stint, I found at the end of it, it was pretty how you going. It's yeah. We noticed that Jordan and I can't forget who Jordan was paired with, but they were on a completely different strategy as Tom Freer was as well. But yeah, it was just first race and just seeing how the tires hanged in. I fell off a bit at the end.
Yeah, and Corey, switching over to you, mate. It looks like the car worked very well in your favour. Obviously, we saw the cracking time you were able to set through qualifying. You're only a tenth of a second shy of the Logitech cars. Then when you jumped on board, you're really able to get into contention over the course of the run. How did you find things out there?
Yeah, I was happy with the car. I was happy with qualifying, and then my first stint was going good, and then towards the end the tyres were going off a little bit, but I made sure to take it a little bit easy in the second stint, make sure they lasted a bit longer, and got some good laps down.
Yeah, we saw you in a really good ding-dong battle there with Adam Briggs as well. That you were able to apply a lot of pressure. He started applying a lot of pressure, and then it was the other way around. You applied a lot of pressure, apologies, and then he gave you the move through, let you come through, and then managed to come back. So talk us through that. Like, what was your feel with the car, obviously, in both the chase side of things and then applying the pressure, and then in the reverse of then having to go into that defensive mode?
Yeah, it was a good little battle we had. It's a bit tricky to pass, so you really had to make your move stick when you went for it. But yeah, with the defense, it was all right. It was, it's good.
No, it looked very, very good. Now, we've asked all the guys prior to you. Obviously, we've got a couple of weeks off. We're back on the 23rd. We're off to the newest street circuit, off to Chicago. First off, we know Brian's definitely turned a lap there because we saw a great little video prior to season commencement. But for yourself, Corey, have you managed to turn a lap? And obviously, how do you find the circuit out there?
Yeah, I think I did jump on and do a few practice laps. Yeah, it looks like a fun circuit, so it'd be good to get into it. And
Brian, for yourself, obviously, we know you guys do very, very well on the street circuit basis. Do you think there's going to be a big swing? Obviously, in car setup, it's going to be very different to what we've seen tonight here. But how do you think it's likely to go compared to other street circuits that we've visited in the past, the likes of Long Beach and Belle Isle?
I think it's going to be a fun, exciting track, and I think there's going to be a lot of respect needed, especially in the tight areas. Like we say it at Belle Isle, we say it at Long Beach, but Chicago is another level. You step out and you hit a bump wrong at that track, and you're in the fence, and you know you don't even really need to be trying 100%, but it's a very easy track to get out of the groove, but you need to find your groove as well.
Yeah, definitely. I know, and I was saying to Nori earlier, in the few laps that I've turned around there's a couple of very unique sections in where the runoff is situated versus where the apex is. I think it's before you head up the crest and over the half moon section there, where you've got a runoff area on the inside of the corner and a very narrow exit and a wall that you've basically just got to skim to pick up the corner.
Yep, and I tell you what, I'm going to ask John from RaceKraft if he can hire out one of those buildings, because what an awesome scenery that track has got with the buildings. And John's got plenty of money, so yeah.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that one. But guys, there's a great show for the start of the championship for you. Obviously, we know how strong the cars came on through last season 10, and hopefully for yourselves, it's a good run for the remainder of the season, and we get a chance to have another chat to you in upcoming events. But before we go and let you enjoy the results tonight, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out and a thanks to?
Definitely a big shout out to my teammate Corey and the rest of the team who, obviously we all work together as a team. To our sponsors, RaceKraft, thank you for being aboard with us again this season. Hopefully we can have plenty more podiums and results like this. So thank you for being a part of this series as well. They've jumped on the board and helping out AOSC. Thank you to you guys for the broadcast and everything you guys do.
Outstanding, guys. And again, congratulations on the result tonight. Third position and a good haul of points leading up for the start of the season.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
And that was our podium coming through. Now, we saw a great race throughout the event, and something new and exciting coming on for AOSC this season is a commentator's best on track pick for season 11. And for this one, RaceKraft and Simrigs.com have kindly put up a pair of Tilton 3-pedal set, or a 3-pedal Tilton load cell set, which looks absolutely fantastic. Now, we have the hard thing of trying to determine who is in the top 3 tonight.
Oh, it's a fairly easy pick if you're watching that race. But yeah, it's a fantastic prize, and it's a massive thanks for putting it up. It's a brilliant prize, and I'm hugely jealous of the person who wins it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to that. Do we need to give the thoughts out on who was involved in that one yet, or are we going to hold on to that and keep it a surprise for all the guys and tally them up after?
Let's keep it to ourselves. We can post it up with the results, because we might give Matty have a chance to have a look at the race before we get that all out there.
Absolutely. As I said, we've got a couple of weeks off now. We're back on the 23rd for the 150K sprint event at Chicago. Looking forward to that one. Again, a massive thank you to the series sponsors who, again, have come on board, and some new sponsors that have jumped on board with us, both that being Jinx Shifters and RaceKraft Simulations. Great to have both of those two as primary sponsors for the championship, and also partnering the series as well. Simrigs.com, AJ Insurance, Race Circuit Art Australia, Acuta Solutions and Rigging, and Track Cams for Gourmets. It's been fantastic to have your company tonight, whether you tuned in live on the YouTube channel or via Facebook tonight. It's been fantastic to have your company for the 650Ks of the Nurburgring. And for anyone interested in jumping on board and maybe having a look into the championship and coming for a drive, all the links are on the Australian Online Supercars Championship Facebook page. It would be fantastic to see you out there. For all of us here at the AOSC production team, Matthew Norris, who unfortunately a little bit late but did jump in to help, and to Nick Hauser in the Directors Lounge for also stepping in through qualifying. It was fantastic to have all of them here to help out. My name is Daniel Lee. We wish you all the best and look forward to